It's been 4 months, and at long last, we are here. Patch 7.1. Crossroads. FF. This is Final Fantasy 14 Dawntrail. So hello everyone. Welcome back to more more Final Fantasy 14. We are Mikote now. I don't remember if I did any streams since I switched. I don't think I did. I tried to get everything to level 100 before the new patch. White Mage is all that I have left. So, you know, not much left to get leveled up there. But we are in Tulialal because we have an otherworldly encounter, which I believe is the raid. The Wandering Minstrel here for the new trial, and then a royal invitation to continue the MSQ. And I think somewhere, and I'm not sure where, the new role quest should be unlocked as well. So, I don't know where, or if I have to do, you know, the story quest first or whatnot. I just kind of thought about that. I don't see it, so maybe we have to do 7.1 first. But yeah, the Hubigo messenger here is looking for a well-traveled adventurer. Say, aren't you Cassandra? That certainly saved me a lot of trouble. I was asked to find you on behalf of Milauza. Curious happenings abound in Mamuk of late, and we thought one with your worldly experience may be able to help us make sense of things. If you have the time and inclination to aid us, she awaits you in Mamuk. You'll find her west of the plaza, in a large building near the two-headed statue. Cool. And we'll check that out in just a moment. Before that, though, let's head off to the forward cabins. And pick up the MSQ. A royal invitation. Bulwark is eager to hear how you have been getting on. It's a pleasure as always, Cassandra. Have you been able to relax lately? Wonderful. As busy as you have been, with the rite of succession among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Tulialal at a more leisurely pace. Assembling the tacos at Zabalyev Tai is one such way to do so. They're made the traditional way and laden with fillings. And they're absolutely sublime. If you have an empty stomach, the owner, Brooke Evu, will look after you. And to send me off in this direction. I highly doubt I'll be doing this trial, but, you know, unlock everything. Minstrel's Ballad, Sven's Burden. I like that he has the Viper gear on now. Trial and tribulations of Queen Sven, who was confronted with many a difficult decision as she sought to protect the citizens of her nation, Alexandria. In that realm, people regard souls as merely a resource, and when they die, these are their memories used to create the endless, the milagro of the departed that can only be sustained with the life force harvested from the living. Being so very different from what we know, such a way of life is difficult for us to accept. Indeed, it seemed only inevitable that she should come into conflict with Sven. She herself was not among the living, but an entity brought forth to fulfill a certain objective. And therein, I believe, lay the root of this tale's tragedy. Recreated from the noblest of souls though she was helpless to defy the purpose to which she had been bound, protecting the endless no matter the cost. Thus did she continue on her destructive path, though she knew it led only to a dead end. A question, if you may, my friend. Deep in your heart, do you believe that the Sven whom you met was alive? She was alive in her own way. Though she was many things, she wasn't alive. I'm not sure. She was, in her own way. So you think that, even with the knowledge that her existence differed from the living, you hold that she was alive. I thank you for your honest answer. I shall take it to heart. For my part, whether or not she was possessed of life, I believe that there existed an individual called Sven, who cared deeply for her people, who heard the voices of her people, felt as they did, and thought only for their welfare. That is why, at battle's end, she returned this gentle soul you knew. But here, a thought fills me with dread. What if that soul failed to return, and the fearsome entity she had become continued its relentless onslaught? Might it have succeeded in its objective and plundered life force from other realities, at the cost of untold destruction? Or of such a possibility shall I sing, that we might give thanks for the path we were mercifully spared. The golden light two rulers walked, their paths in conflict lying, one bound to slay, one sworn to save. They forged ahead untiring. Memories of departed days endure as fate and fetters, for keepers staunch a blessed warmth, oblivion for the breakers. I don't feel like that rhymes, but okay. Minstrel's Ballad, Sven's Baden, now accessible. Which again, I'm probably not going to do. I don't really do any, I haven't done any of the extreme trials, so. Brook Evu. Well, if it isn't Cassandra, alone today, are you? I see. You have a hankering for tacos and they're on the house. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help tracking down those treasures. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you your meal as soon as it's ready. We completed the role quests, which is awesome. Empty seat. I suspect as long as you had even completed like one of them, it'd be fine. You still love tacos, I hope. You ate so many when you turned 5, you could barely move afterwards. Remember that? No, not really. That was 30 years ago for me. Right, sorry. It's still strange for me too. Just the other day you were a little boy, clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off for Yasulani. Now you're a man grown with a face full of hair. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. We're still family, and you can always rely on me. Lying. That feels like the only thing I'm doing right now. On you and everyone else. Can't even start a fire without assistance in my new job. Back in Alexandria, we had electrope. If I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was at our fingertips. But here, I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. Gods, I'd never felt so embarrassed. I'm sorry to hear that. I've been told the tales, but it seems life is really different within the dome. My wife and children. I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled. But at this rate... I'd say you send for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too. I'll do whatever's necessary to make it work. Oh, hey. Didn't mean to overhear, but it seems you're having trouble readjusting to life in Tulialal. Vaval Wuklamot. To aid folk like yourself, we've established a group at the Wing of Reflection. There you can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. That makes sense. That seems like a good plan. Sorry, I am having issue with my hair here, so I'm trying to fix it. But at the same time, I'm trying not to delay too much, so it isn't easy being back. I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier. It's exactly what I need. I'll definitely seek this group out. I'll bring my family with me. Thank you. There we go. Look who it is. I was just about to go and find you, Cassandra. If you don't mind the company, I hope. I could use a bite to eat myself. The tacos here never disappoint. What have you been up to lately? I've been exploring Tyrol with my trusty alpaca. I've been catching up on sleep. Been working to recover some stolen artifacts. Been making a name for myself at the Arcadian. You're fighting in the arena in Alexandria? Facing off against tough opponents. I'd wager you've honed your skills even further. As for myself, I'm being kept busy with duties at the palace. Whenever I find a moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people. That way I can better understand the problems they have and share them with Koana to figure out solutions. I was on one such walk just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Koana and I have something we want to discuss with you as Dawn servants. Do you have time to come to the palace? Great, I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us once you're finished here. Well, still no role quest unlocked, but I assume maybe that comes after either the 7.1 or after, finishing this specific quest. One of the two. Right, heavy earring. KO Kingdom earring. Yeah, I've been doing good with, getting, my gear leveled up. Not all classes are leveled up or, geared. But I've been working on it. And we still got more time, since this patch is going to be all of the Alliance raid. So new gear will come next patch. This is the first time I've been this high level, like right at the beginning of the story. So kind of got to figure out, how everything works. Mistress Cassandra, it is always an honor. Valquana has stepped away to attend to a pressing matter, but he should join you within before long. Enter Sunpatch. Yeah, I haven't picked up all of the Archaeo Kingdom gear. I've been doing the normal Arcadian raids to get the 710 gear. It's been a while. Oh, you're all here too? Valquana summoned us. Though if truth be told, Elfino and I have been seeing him quite regularly of late. He asked us to share our knowledge of Hainish culture, you see, in the hopes of further strengthening our alliance. We were, of course, happy to oblige him. I didn't want to get a hangnail right on a spot that's really hard to freaking see, because it's like really hard to get my nail clippers into the right spot to deal with the problem. Creel and I were likewise summoned. Otherwise, we've been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the Golden City. My grandfather embarked in his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish what he started. Lest you wonder, Thancred and Urianger have left to resume their tour of Tyrol. Yustola, meanwhile, is back to researching cross-rift travel. She was here just a few days ago to get Koana's permission to investigate living memory. By the way, she mentioned wanting to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. If the look she had in her eyes was any indication, I suggest you brace yourself for when she comes calling. You'd like to be stuck with her for a while. As for Estinian, we know neither where he is, nor what he is doing. Some things never change. Hello, Guana. My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. We took advantage of the time to catch up. So, what can we do for you? Hopefully present company is enough for whatever it is you need. The matter for which I have summoned you pertains to Alexandria. A state funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of Queen Sven. King Galulja and his administration have invited us to attend. While certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as the treatment of Yasulani, I see no reason not to attend. For generations, the Alexandrians lived without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have funeral rites still. Apparently, the members of Oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in the Alexandrian of old. It was they who put forth the proposal that the queen be thus honored. Leave it to that lot to think of such things. The people of Alexandria no longer forget the departed. They're being confronted with the idea of death for the first time. I suspect our friends wanted to do something for them. Though Sven was but a simulacrum, she was nevertheless a pillar for her people. The pain of her passing must run deep. Indeed, funeral will give Alexandrians the chance to come together to express their grief, that they might overcome it. I wasn't sure at first, but I've decided to go. Not only to be there for Galuzha, but to put this chapter behind us. Now, we've still got 2 more patches for this chapter. That I requested your presence was none other than to see if you wished to attend the funeral. You knew Sven as well, after all. And sometimes I wonder if there wasn't another way. You and me both, but we made our choices and are responsible for what comes of them. As Val, I'll attend the funeral in an official capacity. I owe it to the Alexandrian people to bear witness to their grief. I'd like it if you could be there to watch over everything, like you did all through the rite of succession. It feels the rest of us should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived Alexandria of a beloved ruler. It's only right that we remember who Sven was, to her people and to others. So let us stand with you. It is decided. Let's head to Solution 9 and look for Galulja in the back room. Crossroads. Oh boy. All right. Well, off to Solution 9. More than likely, we will do all of the Alliance raid stuff after this. Neon Stain. Oh, nope, it was on the other side. That said, I do have the mount. You can't mount up here, but I do, in fact, have the Air Wheeler A9 can see it there on my hotbar. You heading to the back room? Ah, you came for the funeral. Of course. I'm the only one who will officially take part, though. The others will watch over the proceedings. So, how have you been? It's been a while since my last visit. I'm good. Shale is always teaching me new things. Recently, I've learned about Everkeep systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly. Studious as always, I see. By way of a treat, I've brought you gâteau au chocolat. It's a kind of cake. I think you'll like it. Thank you, Lamatsky, and thank you for coming. I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel less nervous having you here. Out of curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to offer flowers to the departed. It's much the same here, according to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. Considering that all the worlds used to be one, the practice of offering flowers may well share the same ancient origin. Fascinating, wouldn't you say? Night World Silver Piece. Galulzaza has been added to the Unending Codex. I don't have that on my hotbar. Oh yes, the new Hall of the Novice. This is awesome stuff. We'll check that out in just a moment, actually, because I really actually do want to check that out. So I might as well check that out while we're here in between sections. Yeah, I think I thought this was the portable archive. And so I think I thought this was the near stuff and was like, I don't need that. But actually, this is like the whole of Final Fantasy XIV stuff. So let's bring this out. Galulzaza, the foremost feature of his striking appearance. Galulzaza's two heads are a characteristic unique to the Mamulza's blessed siblings. Rare individuals born of a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bonewa. And these two-headed marvels inherit both the Hubigo's robust strength and the Buniwa's arcane affinity, maturing into warriors of unrivaled martial prowess. The Mamulza have previously sought to force this miracle, desiring advantage in their historical conflict against the Zabrail. But the commingling of the Hubigo and Buniwa lines was fraught with complications. For every healthy, blessed sibling born, 100 infants failed to survive. Before Galulzaza's feet, too, were set firmly on the path of war, he was fortunate to encounter the Eorzean explorer, Ketenram. Friendship he forged with the outsider opened his eyes to the world beyond the forest, encouraging him to depart Mamuk and its restrictive traditions. He traveled far and wide across the lands of Tyrol, meeting its diverse races and cultivating new companions along the way. His was a tale of unprecedented adventures, which culminated in the defeat and imprisonment of Valley Garmanda, the Sky Ruin. Following these accomplishments, Galulzaza returned to Yaktel with his comrades in tow, whereupon they challenged the warring Mamulza and Zabrail forces. The two heads' fellowship thoroughly humbled both armies. leading to a cessation of hostilities and a lasting peace. Words of Valigarmanda's defeat and the end of the Yoctel War spread swiftly to every corner of the continent. The philosophy of cooperation espoused by Gulu-Zaza begat a rising tide of like-minded sentiment, paving the way for the foundation of Tuli-Alal and elevating him to the position of Dawn Servant. As the new nation's ruler, his bold and ebullient right head would lead their armies as the vow of resolve, whilst the wise and benevolent left head would govern their myriad peoples as the vow of reason. Under this blessed leadership did he henceforth guide the fledgling federation into a state of great prosperity. As a two-headed Mamuja, Gulu-Zaza was thought incapable of siring children. Some decades after his ascension to the throne, however, the Dawn Servant was blessed with the arrival of a son, Zoralja. And as if precipitated by this unprecedented event, Gulu-Zaza went on to adopt the orphan Koana and Wuklamat, one promptly after the other. With the royal family thus expanded, the Dawn Servant turned his hand to raising his heirs, the first, second, and third promises. Yet even the greatest of potentates cannot outrun old age forever. Unwilling to allow his inevitable passing to plunge the nation into chaos, Gulu-Zaza took inspiration from the old ways of Mamuk to devise a right of succession. He watched over Wuklamat and Koana as they became joint rulers of Tuli-Alal. It was during the ascension ceremony that he confirmed their suspicions. The constantly slumbering head of reason had passed quietly from the world some 3 years before. Gulu-Zaza's saga came to a tragic end when soldiers of Alexandria later attacked the capital. The former Dawn Servant faced off against the invasion force's commander, his own son Zoralja, in single combat, seemingly defeating the treacherous Promise. Using regular technology, however, Zoralja arose stronger than before and slew his father in cold blood. Taral, comprised of two great landmasses, Zak Taral, the northern lands of the father, and Yak Taral, the southern lands of the mother, the continent of the New World lies far to the west of Eorzea's shores. Its many and diverse people spent centuries mired in territorial wars, under the epic deeds of Gulu-Zaza and his dream of Tuli-Alal. Until the epic deeds of Gulu-Zaza and his dream of Tuli-Alal saw them united under the banner of a single nation some 80 years ago. The age of peace would endure until the unquiet days which followed the right of succession. Scarcely had Wuklamat and Koana ascended the throne when the new vows were faced with an unusual crisis: the abrupt appearance of an enormous dome of energy over Yasulani. It was then that a mechanical army led by Zoralja, the true son of the former Dawn Servant, emerged from the glowing structure and launched an assault upon the capital of Tuli-Alal. Upon investigation, the dome was found to contain a fraction of a shard world fused with the local region. The reflection's partial rejoining caused a temporal anomaly, its nature such that while mere moments had passed outside, those trapped within had lived through 30 years. During those last decades, Queen Sven, ruler of the dome's people, joined hands with Zoralja. Together they built the kingdom of Alexandria anew, and in a bid to plunder ether from other worlds, orchestrated the invasion which brought such panic and destruction to Taral. Although the Warrior of Light was able to aid the newly ascended Dawn Servants in defeating the immediate threat, the dome itself persists, as do the issues surrounding the repatriation of those native to Yasulani. The right of succession was a contest held by Tuli-Alal's first Dawn Servant, Gulu-Zaza, to determine a worthy successor to his throne. He permitted 4 candidates to participate in the rite: his firstborn son, Zoralja, his adopted children, Koana and Wuklamat, And the winner of the Grand Melee Tournament, the two-headed Bakulzaza, who was the only competitor not part of the royal family. The conditions for victory required the hopefuls to find the legendary City of Gold, breaking the seal the Dawn Servant had placed at its entrance. Breaking the seal the Dawn Servant had placed at its entrance, however, would require the acquisition of 7 keystones, which could only be earned by retracing the steps Guluzhazal once walked to unite Tyrol's people. Along the way, the candidates would encounter 7 electors, each waiting to award a keystone to those who performed the chosen feat to their satisfaction. On the surface, this overwrought process seemed designed solely to indulge Guluzhazal's love of competition, but served a deeper purpose. By forcing the candidates to interact with the electors, also elders of the various clans, the Dawn Servant hoped to impart a greater understanding of Tulialal's diverse cultures and history, and in so doing, cultivate a fitting heir to his title. Very nice. Very nice. So yeah, we now have this tactical training. And I'm going to go ahead and switch over to White Mage, just because it gives a little bit of experience. Not much, but still. And this is the only class that needs experience. So if anybody's going to gain experience, it should be them. White Mage. This training exercise will have you carry out a variety of common evasive maneuvers. My agent here will serve as your opponent. Try to get a sense of her oncoming attacks and handle them accordingly. Take your starting position when you are ready to begin. Doubtless no few magic strike a wide radius around a given target. Marker of such an attack will often look like this. Nice. If you sense that you've been marked, you'll do well to move away from your allies so they aren't caught in the blast. Danger is greater still if an ally is targeted at the same time. Stand too close to one another and you will suffer double the impact. Let the exercise begin. 3, 2, 1. Stay safely away from the allies. Bravo! Start the next exercise. Take your starting position. Oh, over here, actually. I want me to move away from my allies this time. Our next exercise features a strike so powerful it cannot be endured alone. Allow me to demonstrate its marker. Stack marker! Should the enemy perform such an attack, you and your allies must stand together in order to weather it. Upon sensing this marker, locate its target and make your way there as quick as you can. Three, 2, 1. Group up! Bang! Bravo! Among your adventures, I'm given to understand that these are known as stack markers. Rings odd to my ear, but I suppose it matters not. Nice. Very nice. I like that they are, affirming, yeah, this is what people use. Look at a lethal variety of attack that none but a tank can hold. Behold its marker. Tank. The tank buster. Remember, only the tank is equipped to survive a blow of this magnitude. Any other caught in this blast won't be left standing. For proper demonstration, everyone position yourself so the tank may shield against this strike alone. Two, one. Invade the tank buster area of effect attack. Very nice. His attacks pack quite a punch. Should it fall to you to deal with it, you do well to employ what abilities you have to lighten the damage. I like this. This is really nice. Practice how to handle a more persistent threat. Take note of this marker. Oh boy. What will follow is a chain of attacks that chase you doggedly. You must stay on the move, all the while keeping away from your allies. Let the exercise begin. 3, 2, 1. Lead the homing attacks away from your allies. Wow, that one's really slow. Spectacular work. Come and speak with me if you'd like to attempt my final challenge. Oh, I see. This guy up here. Time to put your knowledge to the test. To overcome the final challenge, and your training will be complete. Now begin the final challenge. Once you are prepared, take your starting position. Now to do all of them. Now I'm going to test all that you have learned thus far. Face a slew of different attacks, each of which you must deal with appropriately to minimize the harm you sustain. Three, 2, 1. Right then, let's begin. Survive all of the attacks. Nice. Grasp of combat tactics is commendable indeed. Stuck. But also don't stand in the area. You handled that flawlessly. And tank buster. Boom. Oh, and dodge attack. The nice part is you can also see like your allies moving and how they handle each thing. So very nice. Alright. And challenge number 2. React to floor markers. I like this. I think this is going to be really helpful for a lot of the sprouts. Have you carry out a medley of cutting-edge tactical maneuvers. Try to get a sense of oncoming attacks and handle them accordingly. Take your starting position when you are ready to begin. And I think this gives us a ring of some kind that's like, gives us bonus experience up to level 60. Knockback attacks. The marker will look like this. Ah, yes. As soon as you sense it, you'll have but a few moments. Position yourself before you are pushed a set distance from its point of origin. I've placed a ring of lightning ether around the arena. Your goal is to position yourself such that you won't be sent hurling into it. Very nice. 3, 2, 1. Easy mode. Let's review a common variant. Take note of this marker. This is another type of knockback, isn't it? Like last time, I don't recommend you stand directly in the center of it, lest you receive a most painful blow to the skull. Once more, I challenge you to avoid being flung into the lightning. Where will you stand this time? Three, 2, 1. Bam! Easy mode. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is great. Demonstrate proximity. Marker pulses outward like so. With these, the closer you are to its point of impact, the greater the damage you stand to take. Thus, whenever you see that ominous light pulsing along the ground, I advise you to distance yourself as much as possible. Three, 2, 1. Retreat as far from the attack as you can. Boom! Barely a scratch, eh? Sometimes the simplest solution is to get the hells out of there, so to speak. Tower tactics. This type of attack is one that must be endured rather than avoided. Ah, that one. Yes. See the tower marker? No one stand inside to weaken its impact. The entire party will suffer a devastating blow. One person must volunteer to take the tower, shielding the rest of the party from far greater casualties. One. Go! Whoop. I mean, that makes sense that they would give us 4 towers for the 4 characters. I didn't know that mechanic was called tower, but I did know what it was. A variant of the tower. One you will need to stand inside to protect. Yep, this one. Lest you forget, if the tower goes unoccupied, the entire party will pay the price. Also sometimes called meteor. You must ensure you are standing within the bounds of the circle before the arcane orb strikes the ground. A lot of players refer to that as meteor. I've got this one. Spectacular work. Come and speak with me if you'd like to attempt the final challenge. Commence challenge. So prepared, take your starting position. Alrighty. You face a slew of different attacks, each of which you must deal with appropriately to minimize the harm you sustain. Listen yourselves carefully now. Oh boy. That's really neat. Bang! Ow! Well, frick. Okay, I have regen. Well, there's an explosion over there. Oh, yep. I see that. I missed that somebody was... I missed that all three of the NPCs had gone to ours, to the one I was in. One last push until the end. Nice. I didn't pass the challenge because I missed the one thing. Woo! Sorry, I got mail and was very good information. Yeah, see the Pungless one over there, where I went. So I had, I hadn't even noticed that somebody had moved into the square that I was in. And to dodge both of these. One last push until the end. Take a tower, but watch your step. Just, you know, a notification that I have $2,000 worth of I guess it says grocery aid. Woo! Lots of stuff. I just received lots of stuff. Give me just a moment, and I will be right back because I have to go over this information. Alright, so we are back. I just had to double check some things. Alexander... Oh wait, we still got one more Hall of the Novice, don't we? React to advanced visual indicators. Neophyte ring. And 30% experience when level 60 and below. Even more advanced tactical maneuvers. My agent here will serve as your opponent. Try to get a sense of her oncoming attacks. I will put these up here for now. Proximity tether. This marker looks like this. Yep. When entangled with one of these, to remain near the enemy is to risk suffering a painful strike. Instead, use what precious few moments you have to retreat until the tether's magic's weakened. 3, 2, 1. Take your starting position. Well, it's a bomb. There's another type of tether attack I wish to cover. Take note of this marker. Unlike proximity tethers, these can be intercepted at will, allowing you to sustain a blow on another's behalf. With this exercise, let's suppose your enemy intends to detonate a bomb. To prevent a lethal explosion, your only recourse is to shield the bomb yourself. Let the exercise begin. 1. I like how my allies get to do nothing in that hole. I figured that they'd have like something else up here that would take the other, you know, that would like shoot the markers so that there were always 4, but nope. Defend against the gaze. All those facing its direction will suffer some manner of unpleasant effect. In this case, petrification. Fortunately, the solution is simple. You need but turn away from the enemy to neutralize its effects entirely. Let the exercise begin. 2, 1. Turn away before the spell is cast. Bing. I wouldn't be surprised if they also add more of these for some of the later markers. Stats effects such as poison and prowess, and more importantly, the curing thereof. Isuna! While there are full many varieties of combat ailments, a fair few can be swiftly relieved with Isuna. Let's get a feel for this by having our healer do the honors, shall we? Now the exercise, begin! 2, 1. Right then, let's begin! Yay! They're actually gonna make healers use Isuna! God, the amount of times that I'm in a dungeon or a raid and you're just standing there for like 30 to 40 seconds because the healer just doesn't bother to Isuna and you're just like, really? The amount of healers that I've had say, oops, I didn't even put Isuna on my bar. I'm like, really? It's an important skill. Right then, let's begin. Nice, nice. I like that. Oh, this is where we get all 4 markers. So each handle 1 bomb apiece. Masterfully judged. You handled that flawlessly. What do you make of this? And see, this is why I have the backup button. One last push until the end. Yay! They're gonna make us actually use Isuna. Well done, everyone. That was kind of fun, actually. It was. It really was. It was kind of fun, actually. Galuja wishes to go and collect his flower for the funeral. Flowers are being handed out at Praxis Park. I'm thinking of heading over there now. I'll join you. There's a man I would like to speak with, Gosen. He was apparently Sven's aide, and the one who sent us the invitation. Come on, let's go. Solution 9.
Yeah, to make it 8.5 out. Yeah.
I like it.
So what I will do?
I like everything about all of it.
Bring the bottom of it up, and so that way you don't have to adjust your tech, because all of your techs are shorter than I've got them at 11 now. I'll change them to 10, and then see.
Also, I should switch back to a level 100 class. Oh, there's something here, but this might be other stuff. Look at how many people are here doing the quests, though. It is day 1, so that is understandable. Why, I'm Val Wicklamat of Tulilal. Thank you for extending us an invitation to Queen Sven's funeral. We are honored, truly. I had seen you before from a distance, but I've never had the pleasure. I am Gosen, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I've been responsible for administering affairs of state. Can we get our flowers here? Yes, Your Majesty. The flowers are being handed out at the counter yonder, alongside the regulators. What? We need to wear regulators for the funeral? Rest assured they are not a requirement. Well, where your people do not use them. You see, people in the Alexandria of old wore tokens of mourning upon their persons when attending funerals. As such tokens were black, it was suggested that we might wear regulators painted the same color. As we've yet to produce enough for everyone, but we're distributing them as we are able. I see. Yet, regulator or no, the important thing is we remember Queen Sven. Remember her and her kindness as you make an offering of your flower. I will. Proceedings will soon begin in the plaza. Please take your place once you have your flower. Oh boy. Queen Sven. So then, I wonder, did most people forget Zeralja? Because they were wearing the regulators and everything at that point, too. But they did not forget Queen Sven, which is interesting. Probably because she wasn't removed and added to living memory. She was already in living memory.
今ここに集まった人々はそれぞれ違うふるさとを持っています。ある者はアレクサンドリアが、またある者はトライオラが祖国でありました。
I've also been wondering if, for the more visually impaired, since I play in Japanese, right? If I should be voicing even the voiced lines.
その両者が出会い、誕生したのが神聖アレクサンドリア連王国。若い世代にとっては、それこそが唯一のふるさとでありましょう。このように出自からして異なる我々が雷鳴が絶えず響く障壁内の限られた世界でなぜ共存してこられたのでしょうか。
As the Arcadian.
そうです。リオ・スフェーン様が皆をまとめてくださったおかげでしょう。
She did. She wasn't a bad person. She wasn't a bad person or ruler.
生きる活力をもらった人は数知れません。
It's just
残念ながらスフェーン
her
様は消え
ideals.
去ってしまわれた。しかしそれでも私たちは覚えています。彼女のことを。故に今は共に祈りましょう。古きアレクサンドリアの伝統に立ち返り、 残されたものとして死者の眠りが安らかであるようにと。そして未だ心に残る彼女との思い出を胸に刻み、明日へと継承してゆこうではありませんか。
Greenspan!
そうは言ってもこの先どうすれば。
Slash respect. Oh, even the Aetherites all. Well, no, that's not Aetherite. That's something. That's something else. I'm short. I can barely reach it. But I did it. Slash respect.
スフェーン様、雲の上に行っちゃったの？
ええ、そうよ。それなのにまだ覚えてるなんて不思議ね。
She lived in the cloud, actually. She wasn't taken to the cloud.
僕、スフェーン様に会いたい。だって悲しい時はいつもスフェーン様が話し相手になってくれてたんだもん。覚えてるのに会えないだなんて絶対変だよ。
Yeah, it's gonna be.
会えないわ。きっとそれが死んでしまうということなの。
It's gonna be difficult for these people who have never dealt with this. Like the Tulialans have. But, like the Alexandrians, like, they lived in this bubble for centuries. They've never dealt with this before.
でも、それじゃ僕たちどうなるの？このままずっと寂しいままなの？
実際これからどうなるんだろうな。スフェーン様あっての俺たちだったんだ。この先の生活が不安で仕方ないよ。
あの方がいたことを生地覚えてるばかりにね。いっそ全部忘れられてたら自分たちで何とかしようって思えたかもしれないわ。
俺たちもトライオラに移住した方がいいかもな。荒野を歩いて渡るのは大変そうだが、それでも先行き不安なこの国よりは。
あのさ、ヨカフイ族って部族の思想にこんな言葉があるんだ。人が死ぬのは肉体的な終わりを迎えた時じゃない。誰かならスフェーンについてもそう考えられねえか？
お前が覚えてさえいれば、肉体や魂はなくても心
心の中で生きてても結局もう会えないんでしょ。だったらきっと寂しくなるよ。僕そんな風に感じるくらいなら記憶を雲の上に預けちゃった方がいいと思うな。
悪い。別に押し付けるつもりはなかったんだ。お前らなりのやり方でいいからさ。スフェンのこと見送ってやってくれよ。やっぱりそう簡単には受け入れられねえよな。どうにかしてみんなが前向きになってくれたらいいんだけどよ。
死者に対する気持ちの整理もそうだけど、利用を失ったことによる生活の不安も問題よね。
ああ、そのあたりも隣国として支えて。どうしたグルージョ。
さっきの話、死んだ人のことを覚えてるのと覚えていないのってどっちが幸せなのかな。僕は父さんのことを覚えてる。だからこそ名前を聞いたりすると今も胸が痛いんだ。スフェーン様だって同じだよ。思い出すたびもういないんだ。寂しいなって。けど母さんのことは何も知らない。知らないから寂しいって思うこともない。僕は父さんたちのことを覚えていたいけど、どっちが幸せかって言われたら、
グルージョ。
ちょっと場所を変えましょうか。
I mean, it's a good question. I definitely would say, you know, the idea is, you know, who we are, what we remember. That shapes who we actually are. You know, if we were to forget, we ourselves would dramatically change. So, I would say that, yeah, there's definitely some times where I think forgetting would be better. You know, if you've gone through, like, really terrible circumstances, you know, being able to just forget, you know, all of that happened. You know, you would probably change to be a better person in general, but I mean, to what extent do you forget? Do you forget the person, but then still remember what they did to you? It's like, I can't remember who used to beat me, but not that I'm saying that that has ever happened to me. I'm just saying that that's a circumstance, Like, do you still remember that it happened? I think that would actually almost be scarier in that case, Galuja, do you really know nothing at all about your mother? Sarah searched the system for information on residents, but the only Mamulja she found listed were my father and me. Even if she died and was erased from people's memories, she should have been there, but she wasn't. Well, that you're here means she was here too, inside the dome. There can't be any other way about it. Do you want to know your mother? Unless there's something about living memory and Alexandria and the Golden City, and I postulated, freaking Galuzaja was never listed as having a wife of any kind, and yet he had child. Like, maybe there's something where you can, like a part of you can be, like, cloned or something into, another being. And that happened with Galulzaja, and then that happened with Zerailja. I think so. Even if it makes me feel sad, I want to know her. So I want to try looking again. If I don't find anything this time, I'll give up. I see. Well, if that's what you want. Because again, how did somebody who was completely unable to have children end up having Zerailja, Then I'll help you. I'd like to help as well. I believe I can speak for the others too. Certainly. But I can't bother you with this. You already came for the funeral. We came here not only for the funeral, but to see whether all was well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave just yet. Besides, in seeking to learn about your mother, we're bound to learn about your father as well. By retracing the steps of this man who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge to conserve the people of Alexandria. Alright, thank you everyone. Graha! Graha has an idea on how you may proceed with your investigation. Dungeon time! Assuming neither memories nor records of Galulza's mother remain, you must cast as wide a net as possible. I suggest we split into groups. Cassandra, you can make inquiries outside in the outskirts. The rest of us will do the same in Solution 9. I like how everybody just kind of spawns back in. As soon as, you finish talking to the NPC. Ethernet shard. Both of them were pretty much the same distance away, so And I wasn't gonna teleport to Heritage Found. You know? When I'm like right here, you know? But yeah, there's the air-wheeler. It took all 4 months of the expansion for me to get up to this. But I did get to the 7.5 mil that was needed. So middle-aged Tonawata. Sorry, but I've never heard of a Mumuza woman living in these parts, much less one connected to Zeralza. Might have better luck talking to the people over at a Tonawata settlement to the north of Everkeep, in a place called Yue Yawauta. The resilient son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or another, or so the story goes. If I remember correctly, the chief's name was Kaniloka. Your exchange has taught you about Zeralza's devoted. This weird thing again. A Mumuza woman? People have never been a common sight around here. Why, the last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down over our heads. She was among an entourage of Landsguard that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned to Tulialal after their mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped in here with the rest of us. A Mumuza woman. I mean, at least this motorcycle has a reason to be able to fly. Also, I think after Paper Rosalina finishes, I'm going to play another long series game. One that's perhaps not nearly as long that I've been wanting to play for a while. They're looking for a Mumuza woman. Oh, Galuza's mother. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little about Zeralza, and then only what my father told me. He said that before the dome cut us out from the outside world, a Tyrell Vidrel had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, Zeralza assembled a party of warriors, and with them confronted and felled the beast. It was interesting to hear of the king's feat in the past. Battle with the Tyrell Vidrel. Really? Alright. That's interesting. I wonder if we're going to get the ability to go to other regions. Like, back, all of the expansions before Shadowbringers, whenever they did the, 1.1 to 0.5 patches, all of the story just always occurred within, like, the places that we've always been. But in Endwalker, we went to the Void. And each expansion, we got to wander around in a completely new area. Now, I think 2 of those areas were just the dungeon expanded into a region. But if we're going to Yue Yawauta or whatever, And the dungeon is Yuauta Field Station. I wonder if that means that we're going to get that as like a zone that we can explore. Galuja has told me all. We've previously tried to track down records of his mother, but came up empty-handed. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere this time. Let's see. Notes concerning a Mamulja woman who belonged to the Lance Guard. Concerning a settlement located in Yuauta, whose people are said to be fiercely loyal to their king. Concerning a battle between Zoralja and a mighty beast which occurred in Yasulani. So he spoke with quite a few people as well. Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw. So Zoralja brought a retinue of Landsguard to Yasulani, among whom was a female Mamulja, or at least we're assuming. His mission was to rid the region of a Taral Vidrail, and I believe it's safe to say that that was the crisis in Yuauta he resolved. If some of his troops stuck around for a time, perhaps to assist the villagers with recovery efforts, then they could have indeed gotten trapped in the dome. We also heard stories about the settlement in Yuauta. People lived there until nearly a decade ago, and Zoralja made regular visits. If he required secrecy, a location to his most loyal followers would be ideal. And if this Mamulja woman had remained there, they would have had occasion to come in contact. I see. But could Zoralja have been... What could Zoralja have been doing in that village? I think we can answer that question. In order to retrace Zoralja's steps, Raha and I spoke with a researcher who worked at Origenics. He said that approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside Everkeep, per the king's direct order. This is the first I've heard of such a facility. Only Vanguard was believed to have been under the king's jurisdiction. It was apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I'm afraid that was all we could learn. It's plenty to go on. Even if the work there were classified, any materials and equipment needed would have been manufactured within Everkeep. So if we look into transportation records... There it is. The routes are full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made to Yuauta, far too large for a mere village. There hasn't been any activity for years, though. It's likely the facility has been decommissioned. Do you think that's where my mother was? We can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good chance. This is amazing! Even though no one remembers her, you managed to figure all of this out. Each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, a picture begins to form. And even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before. A lesson I learned in another life. Quite literally! So we'll be investigating the secret facility in Yuauta then. And this time, I want to come along, Galuja. Yuauta is on the other side of the lake. To get there, you'll need to take a hover cargo from the drift downs. Alright. Thank you, Shale. I see. So that area was set up to be dungeon. Very nice. Very nice. Also, why are we still looking at a map of Everkeep, I wonder? And an incomplete one at that. Like, they should have all of the information now. I know, it's because I never bothered to update the model. Actually, this might be 2 dungeons over here. Unless we go to Ue Yawauta first, and then we go to a dungeon through that. But yeah, this is where Origenics technically is. Right here. See? That's Origenics. Going out into Everkeep. So the hover cargo will take us across the lake. I've never been over there before. It's still inside the dome, so I don't expect it'll be too different from here. I'll likely encounter dangerous beasts, so the rest of us will go first. You follow when it's safe to do so, alright? Alright, be careful everyone. Ue Yawauta Field Station now accessible. Alrighty. Then off we go. Who are we taking with us, I wonder? Let's take Wiklamat. We gotta take Best Boy Graha, and we'll take Creel. Because gotta take Best Girl Creel. Ue Yawauta Field Station. And I'm assuming Lulu is also queuing for the dungeon, but alas, that's not how duty support works. I get it, some people like to do it with, you know, other players. If it hadn't been for Shadowbringers, like, making duty support something that was like, oh wow, like, it's the actual characters, you know? And like, they're smart. I don't think that I ever would have done duty support myself. But, you know, duty support for the very first time, it's smart. My father must have come here for a reason. Lightning hasn't let up here either. Even the creatures here are electrified. It's smart because NPCs can teach you things that you may not otherwise learn. At least initially, you know. I'm sure you would learn them regardless. But, from my experience, going through dungeons where a lot of players have done before duty support was added, there's a lot of dungeons that people do the mechanics completely wrong. Whereas having gone through them with duty support, you know, since duty support has been added, I've gone, wait, this is a this mechanic is done completely differently by players. Completely, it's just done completely wrong, basically. Sure. Doing this via duty support is slower. But, story, though. Like, there's dialogue in the dungeon that you don't get if you don't do it duty support. Dialogue, especially in some dungeons that used to be there, but got removed and added into the duty support stuff. For example, when you're doing airing, all of the dialogue that Estinian would do, and the whole, like, you know, you're using my eye against me that Needhog does. Like, all of that really only works if you're on duty support. Because Estinian is now in the duty support. So if you don't do the duty support, Estinian's just not there. And I remember the first time the duty support came out and that changed for airing. There were a couple of players who complained about that. It's like, doesn't make sense that, like, supposedly we're using the eye and Estinian, but he's not here anymore. And it's like, he is. The duty support version of the dungeon is technically the canon version. You know? And he is there if you do it in duty support. So I highly recommend doing duty support the first time, just in case there's anything, you know, characters have dialogue or something that's interesting, or like adds things to the dungeon. Yes, it's slower. I get that. In the current day where everything must be ran as fast as freaking possible because nobody has any patience, the idea of running a dungeon slow sucks. But you know what? I'm old. Like, I'm old. I was raised in a generation where patience was key to literally anything. Not exactly a leisure check. You did it. Not exactly a leisurely trek. Lindblom Zagnol. Guess we've only stepped into its territory. This one looks mean. Be careful. Crystal Quarry is sealed off. Yeah, I mean, like, this also lets you see, like, what the mechanics are without, you know, needing to learn it from other players. Therefore, if everybody is new, you know, you all will learn. And you'll die like 5 times. I guess, like, you know, which is worse? Dying constantly, but then other players revive you so you don't get to fully learn everything? Or is it better to have something like this, where you're taught the mechanics, and yes, you probably will die over and over again, but it actually means that you continue to get a chance to learn the mechanics. You don't get to get through it just because everybody else did. I kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like the idea of, like, you get through it when you learn it. You know? And if you learn it, then you get through it. You don't get through it and then you get into a group and a bunch of people are going, how the frick do you not understand? Because, you know, you don't have the, this is my first time in the dungeon marker anymore. So then they just expect that you know what you're doing. And the first time, yeah, you know, you've got that marker. But the second time and beyond, you don't. I also do wonder what level the gear is going to be here. Like, I assume it's going to be under 110, right? Don't know. Didn't get gear that time. Is there no gear? So the facility is here. What kind of research did they do here? Tis a good question. A remote facility with a secret purpose. Hardly any signs that there was even a village here. Also, you can stop and read stuff. Well, His Majesty Zeralja is not the first to conceive of transferring a beast's soul into a person's body. Safety and ethical concerns have ensured no earnest attempts have been made to date. Yet our king believes that there is no greater evil than to hinder the potential of man. And so he has ordered us to make this conception a reality. He would bolster our military might and break through into the outside world. If our research will further this ambition, then perhaps it is worth pursuing. Oh. So what you're saying is, this was a recent development. Ah, what are those? Ah, what are those? That was Galuzha, rather. Because he's only got one head. That's an interesting naming scheme, to be honest. It's like Zha if they have one head. Zha if they have two heads. It's interesting. I like it. Whoops. I mean, come on. Players are going to keep running on, right? So you're not going to get a chance to stop and read these. Our bodies are fragile vessels. Although the infusion of another person's soul confers strength and vitality, the soul of a beast yields mixed results. Even when stripped of memories, a feral soul can induce psychological instability in the subject. I suspect this is because primal instincts remain. And while a certain amount of bestial ferocity is expected, and I dare say welcomed, too many such souls can lead to physical mutations. For now, our objective shall be to determine the threshold beyond which point is at risk of uncontrolled mutation. So, maybe do this dungeon before you do Arcadian. Those are people, right? They are. Oh! I didn't see these people. So, they definitely have the way to do Ferocious on duty support available already. Because that was very much a Ferocious thing. With the freaking dead dudes on the ground getting up suddenly. I mean, they're probably gonna go in level order. You know, they started with Halatali, which was the first one. Which, by the way, we have to do Halatali today. That reminds me. Whoops. That's unfortunate. What a waste. Yue Yawata Ring of Aiming. 705. Cool. So, I mean, this is a good place to get your pre-raid gear. Since it still takes, you know, 2 to 4 weeks to get gear for raid. Because they haven't unlocked the Arcadian drops yet. That's another thing I have to do, is this week's Arcadian. But this week is also the first time that we're getting the ability to get tombstone weapons from 4 raid runs instead of having to run 7 raid runs. And that means that I should be able to get one this week. And the rate of transfiguration may be dictated by the potency of the soul consumed. We've experimented with fiends of great power, but mutations were observed after the infusion of merely a single soul. No better was this phenomenon illustrated than with poor Atticus. His body was altered irreparably, and he lost all capacity for rational thought. While the primary object of this research was to utilize the soul of a Tural Vidrail, I struggle to see a path forward. An alternative approach must be considered. Oh snap! I see. So what you're saying is the Tural Vidrail that Zeralja defeated. They tried to use that soul and the person just immediately went full feral. Which I suppose does make sense. It is a Tural Vidrail after all. There is a reason why such creatures are sealed away inside of totems. What was Father doing here? If the source of our failures thus far has been the inability of our bodies to contain feral souls, what if we were to reverse the process? By purging a beast of its memories and infusing it with a man's soul, one still possessed of its own memories, we stand to gain absolute control over a vessel of great power. My subordinate, who first proposed this brilliant hypothesis, shall have the honor of being the first to transcend our meager limits. I must prepare his soul for extraction at once. Let me guess, that's this dude up here. You up to Necklace of Aiming? I have a bad feeling of this. Overseer Kanaloka. Something unsettling about the ether here. What happened to them? Let's do it. You surrender your souls to King Zorald. Free spirits. Whoa! Oh, I see. Yeesh. Yeesh. Yeesh! Alright. See, now I get another chance to do that mechanic again. And to figure out how to do it. And some blood. Somebody just die? No. Okay, that was something else. I saw the little like explosion fireworks thing. I was like, wait, did somebody like just die? Did one of my allies just like die? But no. Nope, it was something else. It's called the flesh. Extract the soul. And far enough. Yeah, that's definitely a you don't mess around with that mechanic. Don't worry about your uptime during that. Stuck. Dark Souls. Ah! Nice! I love that. That attack was just straight up called Dark Souls. This looks a little intense. Yeah, it definitely has been. That is definitely a... Okay. Black Mage is going to... Astral Ice? Umbral Ice, whatever. And, I'm gonna just do this. Screw there being any DPS happening there. What the frick? Is that a storm? By the gods, what is that? It's our last boss, probably. This is probably the Tural Vidrail Soul. How much you want to bet? This is the reason why everything was decommissioned. I'll say this much, they're definitely giving Expert Dungeon the title. Because, like, these are, you know, part of this one's part of the Expert Roulette until next patch. Well, it'll still be in next patch. But, like, this is the new Expert Dungeon in the Expert Roulette. Let me tell ya, these are some expert dungeons. For sure. Or at least this one is. Freaking Alexandria is actually also like a way harder dungeon than it initially looks like it's going to be. Ooh, a sprightly Phobad. I really shouldn't be aggroing. These are NPCs after all. They're not great at getting the aggro initially. But it's fine. It's NPCs. I can be the DPS that I had the other day. I was running a dungeon just, what, 2 days ago? Because it wasn't yesterday because FF14 was down for maintenance. But I was leveling, I think it was Dark Knight. It was like the last thing I had to do for leveling Dark Knight. I think I was running Orogenics, but I don't remember the exact dungeon. But there was a black mage in our group. Nothing's wrong, don't rush ahead. There was this black mage in the group. And he kept just running ahead, grabbing all of the aggro. And, you know, I have a macro when I tank that's like, hey, just so you know, I stop and I get aggro before I even, you know, think about moving on to the next group. So, you know, just a warning. So, you know, you don't accidentally run ahead. And so this black mage just starts running ahead. So I'm like, alright. You know, if he wants to pull the aggro, he can pull it. I mean, I'll get it when I can get there. You know, I'm not saying you tank, you pull. I'm saying, you know, if you want to pull the aggro, when I get there, I'll get it away from you, but don't expect that I'm going to be immediately right there, you know. And so he just kept pulling every single group, so I just let him take the first couple hits. And I was like, you know, usually... Yeah, we were at like the second boss or something like that. I'm like, you know, usually the squishy mage generally doesn't want to be the one that's just getting hit constantly. And so he responds with, I like getting hit. So I was like, alright. So I just let him start getting hit. It's not you tank, you pull. If you tell me that you want to freaking pull and tank, you're the one that said it. Fine, I'll let you. You know? It's like, you're the one saying that you want to do it, so fine, I'll let you do it. At the end of the dungeon, Troll Vidrail Lunipyati. I said, like, sorry that I kept pulling your aggro away from you. I know you like being hit. Where am I going? This way. I felt like I didn't know which way to go. May soon face our fiercest foe yet. Has that thing been sealed away all this time? The Troll Vidrail, no doubt about it. Yeah, this is probably why this was decommissioned. Because there's just a Troll Vidrail over here. Well, here we go. This is our 5th Troll Vidrail that we fought. 3rd. Ow. Okay. This is our 5th Troll Vidrail that we fought. 3rd, excuse me. I keep saying, how do I keep saying 5th? But it's our 3rd. Because we had the Troll Vidrail from Viper. Oh boy. It's freaking Ruby Weapon. All over again. Oh boy. Boom, 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 boom. Getting close. That's an interesting new marker. They almost look alive. I can stand right here and not take damage. Spread out. Next attack will be fierce. Stay alert. Can't even see the bottom. Oh my. Oh boy. Oh, this is an intense fight, dude. Yo, I kind of love this fight so far, dude. I kind of love everything about this fight so far. Sorry, Creel. I think I was technically still too close. Sorry. Like, what is this? Look at this fight! Oh my gosh! I love this. Like, seriously. Not even joking. I legitimately love this. Whoop. Whoopsies. I did that backwards. So I just completely wasted that skill. Blade dance! LSA's not here, so I get to limit break. Whew! What a fight, dude! Anyway, what bottoms of striking? Whee! Don't worry, we won. I don't die. I had to jump down the hole at least once, though. I mean, come on, look at that. It was tempting me, the entire boss. I'm not starting the boss over just to jump down the hole. I'll wait. I can't die at the end of the dungeon, after all.
獣はゾラージャ兄さんが討伐したって話だったけど、バリガルマンダみてえに封印しただけだったんだな。
That's true. He only imprisoned it.
あの施設では人間の魂と記憶を魔物に移す研究をしていたようね。わざわざこんな僻地に研究施設を置いたのもこのトラルビドラールを利用するためだったのね。もちろん封印した当時には思いもよらない利用法ではあったはずだけど。
But is it actually dead, though? Corpses don't usually get left behind if they're actually dead. Oh. Seeing into the memories of the Troll betrayal.
人格の崩壊を防ぐため、人の魂の方を獣の体に移したいのです。その方法ならトラルビドラールの力が利用できるか。
Troll withdrawal, not betrayal. Troll withdrawal.
理論上はまずは通常の魔物で実験を行いますが、ゆくゆくは強大な力を意のままにできるかと。そうして魂を捧げた者はどうなる？人に戻れるわけでもなし、必要な犠牲と割り切るしかないでしょうな。その分機械兵などよりも多くの戦果を期待できますよ。
Yeah. This is the sad part. There are people that would legitimately do this. It's like, yeah, we'll just kill a bunch of people, but, you know, we'll be better off in the end. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that.
かしこまりました。それでは私は上の観測所へと戻ります。
Maybe don't do that. Oh, there she is.
承認したのですね。
Mamuza woman.
彼の計画を。
停車じゃ。今後はカニロッカの下につけ。
Teshoja.
お前は幽霊隊の中でも腕の立つ呪術医だった。その見識が実験に役立とう。加えて奴自身を監視する必要もある。よく見、よく働き。実験に反対か。よもや任務を果たせないとでも。
いいえ。障壁の中で生きていくにせよ、外に出ようとするにせよ、強い力は必要不可欠です。頼れるもののない私たちは多少強引な方法を使ってでもそれを獲得しなければならない。ですから命令はお受けいたしましょう。代わりに実験が軌道に乗ったら報酬をいただけないでしょうか。
何を望む？
トライオラでは手に入らないと思っていたものです。あまりに遠くにあって求めることすら諦めていた。です今ならこの場所でならあと数歩で触れることができる。
見合う成果を収めたなら何であれ持っていくがいい。俺が求めるものは障壁の中にない。ここではお前の望む報酬がこの場にあるというのならどのみち俺にとっては価値のないものだ。
Oh man. Oh boy. Oh. Yay, it is dead. Cool.
おい、大丈夫か?
It was lingering on just long enough for that memory. Tashilja.
停車所。その人が僕の母さんかもしれないってこと？
アウトスカーツの奴らが言ってた通り、ヤースラニ荒野にはマムージャ族がほとんど住んでなかったんだ。
Now we can see why.
巻き込まれた女性が何人もいたとは思えねえ。
We can see why Zoralja didn't care.
ならやっぱり停車所がそうなのか。
カニロッカは去り際に上の観測所と言っていたのよね。あの施設の上層にそういう場所があるのだとしたら停車所さんに関する情報も見つかるかもしれないわ。
よし、行ってみようぜ。
Good grief, dude. Good gravy, man. Holy crap. I wish I could see into the past like you. Then I could see people who are gone. Because there aren't any other Mamulja women here. Women. For a long time I couldn't even imagine what my mother looked like. And when I visited Tulialal and saw some, I was finally able to picture her in my mind. One day, I hope I can see what she actually looks like as well. Oh boy. May now enter Yawauta Field Station with a party of NPC avatars. Troll Vidrel, or Troll Vidral, rather, as they said. A Troll Vidral is a rare example of when a creature of advanced age evolves far beyond the usual limits of its species, meaning land grasper in the common tongue. The term well describes how the monstrous power of these entities come to dominate the region in which they dwell. The existence of several Troll Vidral have been recorded to date, but even among these anomalies, the infamous Valigarmanda was unrivaled in strength. It was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction it visited upon Troll every time it stirred from slumber. Valigarmanda's reign of terror continued until 8 decades passed, when Galuzazah and his company of heroes subdued the beast and sealed it within the Yakhoi temple of Karyorzer the Gracious. Sky Ruin awakened one last time during the Rite of Succession, its prison of ice unmade by the reckless actions of Bakulzazah. Fortunately for the region's inhabitants, the Mamulja's rival candidates and their champions rose to the challenge. Upon the field of battle, did they come together to slay the scourge of Urkopaka and write the final chapter to its legend. Whoo boy! Man, oh man. Ooh, wait, I got an aiming item, didn't I? Like a ring or something? Or an aiming ring? A ring or... yeah. Oops, hang on, I can't do that while I'm in materia creation. Because I've got the Neo Kingdom ring, but I also have the Quetzali ring. But the Neo Kingdom ring is not as good as the Yue Wauta ring. So that's something I can upgrade. Aw, yeah! That new portrait thing, I love it! That freaking new portrait pop-up. Would you like to update your portrait now that you've changed your gear? Yes! Finally! It's so good! I can't believe it took them this long to implement something like this. Also, apparently this must count as a sanctuary because, you know, I was able to update my portrait. So, this must count as a sanctuary of some kind. But yeah, I mean, look at this. This is exactly what they did in, freaking, Endwalker, where they allowed you to explore some of, if not all of, the dungeon afterwards. Among the abandoned, Creel is eager to begin searching the research facility. While we've discerned the purpose of the research conducted here, traces of it that remain might afford us greater insight into what came of it. Let us take a look around for information as well as a way to the upper level. Yeah, we can exit to Heritage found here. Oh, nope, we can't actually go any further than this, though. Even though this is all here on the map. That's fine. I suppose they probably would have put that elsewhere, if you could have. A soul center. This is one of my favorite things that they're doing now, honestly. This whole, like, adding the dungeon in as a new region afterwards. Yeah, it only lasts for a little while, and at some point, the quests are like, once you complete this quest, you won't be able to come back here. But it's still neat getting to wander around the actual, like, dungeons a bit. You know, going to new quote-unquote areas. A lift can be seen behind the wrought iron, rather. As sturdy as it appears, the gate will likely resist attempts to force it open. A security panel is nearby. Perhaps a verification key will open the way. Creel looked at the mat. The researchers likely moved between the upper and lower levels. Perhaps we can find a key among their belongings. It makes me angry to think about what they did here. Test subject's journal. They're recruiting volunteers for new experiments. I know I'm not as bright as the others, but they wouldn't laugh at me if I was stronger than them. This might be my chance. Soul transferred a few days ago. I can write. I can write good, yes? I am good. Very good. Getting hard to control strength. Today, bit off hand of feeder. Cannot help it so strong. Hungry. Always hungry. Cannot control. Eat. I must eat. Am eater must eat. You find nothing that resembles a verification key. Perhaps you should search elsewhere. Oh my! That's unfortunate. One moment while I get a drink. Supplies for the staff are neatly arranged within the cabinet. Among the various items is a manual outlining regulations and tranquilizing gas to be used in emergencies. You dig deeper and find a verification key. It can be used to open the iron gate. Awesome. These poor people, though. Like, are they even still alive in there? Excuse me. Won't open. I don't think it'll yield to our shoulders either. I have to do it the old-fashioned way and find the key. We found the key. Great, I'll call the others. Seems the key can be used to operate the lift as well. Up we go. That journal reminds you of a Resident Evil journal entry. Nice. I need more salt on these eggs. But they're also cold now, so the salt's not going to melt into it. So this is the observatory. I didn't expect it to be so similar. This is a far cry from the temple that held Valigarmanda. All the machinery appears to still be in operation. I expect there are auxiliary systems in place to ensure that monitoring can continue even in emergencies. The warnings indicate various anomalies related to the seal's failure, most likely. For a blessing, we managed to fell the beast before it could cause harm. It's true. Technically, if we hadn't shown up when we did, like, that thing would have gotten free. So. Alright then. See if we can find clues about Galulzo's mother. I think I can use this terminal. Shale taught me how. He has to stand on the seat, which is cute. I love him. There's so much data. I don't know what we should look at. Perhaps we can narrow down the search by inputting the name Tisholja. Ah, it brought up a lot of results. They all seem to say the same thing. Tisholja, Administrator of Experimental Treatments. Research logs. That sounds good, doesn't it? Chances are the data is encrypted, and even if not, it'll take considerable time to go through it all. Considerable. And let us take it with us to the back room and have Shale analyze it. Agreed. Alright, I'll transfer it to the storage device I brought. Now transferring 500 terabytes of data. There, it's finished. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way here, everyone. If you're happy, then so am I. Besides, I was able to learn more about my brother as well. It was a fruitful adventure for the both of us. Don't know how long these quests, how long the quest line is. There might be quite a bit more, you know? Or maybe not. And here we are. The authorities will doubtless wish to be informed about the facility and its contents. And first things first, let us deliver the data to Shale. Back to Everkeep we go then. Back to Everkeep and Solution 9, which is way the frick up there. All of the rest of this is all the other 8 levels. Now to the back rooms. In fairness, we have been doing the quest line here for, what, the last hour and a half? And usually these quest lines are, I want to say 2.5 hours, maybe 3. Trying to remember how many episodes I did of Post-Endwalker. I think I did 16 episodes over 5 patches, so we might be close to the end and we might not. We might be nowhere even near. Welcome back. Gluja has already given me the storage device. It looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted, so I'll need time to process everything. In that case, Elsa and I may take ourselves around the city and check on the people. Aye, the mood has us a bit worried. Don't know if there's anything we can do to help, but we'll see. Understood. I'll let you know as soon as I finish my work. Thank you. We'll see you again soon. I don't think we'll be fighting any kind of, like, big, like, enemy. Because all we got was an extreme trial and a dungeon. We didn't get a regular trial of any kind. Now, they could open up, you know, something to whatever we have to do next in the next patch, but who knows? Geode's concern is writ plain upon his face. I'll say isn't wrong. The mood out there is still grim. Some of the Tirali remember a time before they were dependent on the soul system, but even they're unsettled and wondering aloud if they'll have the chance to reunite with old friends and family before they pass on. And with good reason, too. The journey home won't be an easy one for those who have grown old. That's why it's mostly been younger folk who have been leaving for Tiral, one with no elders to care for. Word of that problem has reached us in Tulialal. My brother is doing all he can to see the Zaktaral Railroad restored to operations, so that people may come and go more freely. Unfortunately, the tracks only go as far as Vanguard, so some traveling by foot will still be necessary. Even so, the railroad would make things a sight easier. How long before it's back in service? I couldn't say. When I left for this visit, Kawana seemed reluctant to make promises. But while Shale's working on the data, we could go and see the state of it for ourselves. To Shailawani Station, then. I'll make sure to keep Kawana informed. Definitely not where I expected we were going. Sheshua Noezi Spring. God, I hate some of these names. Like, I get it. It's, you know, American culture and all. Like, Native American culture. This is more like South American culture, perhaps. In the North. But still, it's like, what the frick? You know, like the Incan and Mayan and stuff like that kind of culture. So, but even so, the names are a pain. For somebody who doesn't, like, know that culture, I should say. You know, no offense meant to that culture. Just good gravy. Vow of Resolve. And Cassandra Sevilla to boot. What can I do for you? We're hoping for some good news about the railroad. There's an increasing number of people looking to return to Tiral. They can't make the journey on foot. I see. As it happens, the Vow of Reason is also on his way here to take stock of the situation. Ah, scratch the on his way. Hello, Kawana. Give me 1 second. I gotta clear my Ooh! Aaronville! Nice! New threads! My choices are looking good, Aaronville, or gasp! Did our little bun finally outgrow his old clothes? Stop that! As you well know, my previous attire was that of a gleaner, and I've chosen a different path. It was time for a change. Wow! I love it! I love his freaking new outfit. I really do. One sec. I figured you didn't all want to hear me blowing my nose after all. So. You hear about the railroad too? It was in part for my sake that the original Dawnblazer was sacrificed, so I felt it only right that I assist with its replacement. Speaking of which, I assume Lemaitre has explained the growing urgency of the need. What have you to report? The new locomotive was on track for completion, but having difficulty pulling her into the station, in a matter of speaking. You see, we used the drawn blazer to get into the dome. Urgency outweighed all the other considerations. But now we're back to our original problem. How to run the railroad without upsetting the inhabitants of Mewahetsoan. That is, the Ronique. Though the Hetsaro that follow them are none too pleased about the Hetsaro Though the Hetsaro that follow them are none too pleased about their Hetso being spooked by the noise of the locomotive either. The solution I've devised to quieten the railroad should address that complaint. But the silent train presents a different danger. The Ronique will need to be deterred from wandering across the tracks. I suppose we can't just blow the whistle at them, or they'll panic and be put off their grazing again. Weren't the railroads plotted to avoid the Ronique's preferring grazing areas, though? It's odd that they're getting so close in the first place. The Ronique's grazing pattern has shifted since the tracks were laid. I'm not certain why, but I intend to ask the people of Mewetson for their insight. I assume that's how it's said, but I have no idea. As a major proponent of any railroad, I have a duty to assist in this matter, and I too would hear what the Hetsaro have to say about it. They are the ones most affected, after all. I believe it would be best to begin by consulting their leader, Huato. Hey, it's Huato! Sorry. The rest of you can accompany us to the Hetsaro encampment if you like. Hey, it's Huato! I forgot that the leader was named Huato. We definitely met Huato at one point. And I'm pretty sure I didn't do Huato voice for it. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a Huato voice for it. And I'm not going to do it this time either. Instead, I'm just gonna do the Huato voice now, so that later I don't have to do the Huato voice. I have no idea if that sounds even remotely like Huato. I don't even know that I'm trying to do Huato as much as I am trying to do Vine Sauce doing Huato. You know? Oop, gotta wait for people to load in. Hey, Huato! Vow of resolve, vow of reason. I bid you welcome to our camp. What brings you all the way to Mawa Hetzoan? I thank you for seeing us. Our visit concerns the matter of the Xactral Railroad. Whoa. Okay. My computer just did a weird, glitch and kicked me out of FF14 for a second. And I don't know why. Hang on, sorry. I have a question. I had a question from someone. You two have noted the Ronique's unexpected change in behavior then. My son, Geppetto, has been looking into this matter. Geppetto? Normally, we'd expect the Ronique to keep to their favorite grounds nearby for a while yet. And despite a thorough search, we haven't found anything wrong with the quantity or quality of the grazing in Piarion and Yatanen. Yet, they refuse to keep where they usually would, instead pushing westward toward your railroad. I certainly see no cause for this unseasonal migration. Nevertheless, should they continue to move west, we will follow. As any true Hetzara would, I suppose. As you may have surmised, I am of Hetzara descent. My parents traveled with the Ronique as well. Though I myself have no memory of the experience. I was left behind as a babe, you see, during such a migration. One of many sacrifices necessitated by a nomadic lifestyle, I am forced to assume. Yeah, I think he mentioned that at one point. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade, that I might fend for myself. I became a stall-keeper in Tuliol's markets, and that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamatki came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I know the pain of solitude, and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. Truly? I've never heard of the Ronique choosing a path so arduous as to force such a terrible decision. Nor of any Hetzara willingly leaving their own flesh and blood behind. There must have been some exceptional circumstance. I cannot say. The idea of following in their footsteps that I might better make excuses for their actions never much appealed to me. What if they had good reason, wouldn't you want to know? Even if it might help you better understand the Ronique's current behavior? As is so often the case, you are correct. Though my discomfort with the Hetzara may arise from fear of reopening old wounds, rather than blind fervor for innovation, it would nevertheless see me repeat past mistakes. And refuse to learn one of our country's treasured traditions would make me a poor Dawn servant indeed. Please, teach me of the Ronique and what they mean to you. I promise to listen with an open mind. We would be delighted. In the meantime, your companions are welcome to look around. Will you learn of Hetzara culture with me? So I'd like to approach this with the fervent curiosity that you and my sister share. But it would be useful to know whether I am, doing it correctly. Then it's settled. You'll learn more of the Ronique, and we'll have a look around the plains. Perhaps in the process, we'll find the answers we seek. The quickest way to learn about our way of life is to do as we do. Hope you're not above manual labor. I am not the most experienced, I'm ashamed to admit, but I shall put forth every effort. That's all we ask. Take these tools. Also, I forgot. I didn't realize it was Geppetto. So I didn't do, like, younger voice. Now, introduce yourself to anyone who looks busy and ask if you can help. They'll be happy to teach you what to do in exchange for another pair of hands to do it. Let us meet back here later to share what we've learned. Besides, I might be a Makote, but the Hetsaru are still technically the same race as the Makote, so, you know, good to learn about my people. This won't do. The wind will go right through it, and me without my needle and sinew. Mending kit. Oh, these are precisely what I needed. Should be able to patch up the covering now. Given how often we pack up and reassemble our tents, they're bound to get the occasional tear. Fortunately, the Ronique hide they're made of is durable enough that we generally needn't worry. Talkative Hetsaru. I'm afraid I finished with my task for the time being, since you're so eager to learn about our way of life. Why don't I tell you a bit about our migration customs? If you're here, you likely already know the Ronique are our Hetso, our guides, that we travel with through the turning of the seasons. We trust them to lead us to fertile lands with all we need to survive. But you may not know that sometimes the herd splits into two, bound for different paths. On those occasions, we Hetsaru must also part with half of our number. You may think it a strange and stressful custom, but over the years it has seen us visit new lands and broaden our horizon as a people. This too is the wisdom of the Hetso. When their groups start growing too large, they gotta split up. Something tells me, though, that that's what happens. As you stroke the Ronique's coat, you note that many portions are shaggy and tangled. This one's fur is a bit overgrown, but good brushing should thin it out. Would you like to give it a try? You'll need the right tool for the job, mind you. A comb of the type you're used to would just get lost in the tangle, like as not. Fur brush. Ah, Geppetto sends a Ronique brush with you, did he? How like him. Now just run it through one little patch at a time, gently. You dutifully brush the Ronique until your arms grow weary from the prolonged battle with its coat. It appears much tidier now, though the same cannot be said for your clothes, which have acquired a new coat of their own. Well done. With less excess fur, our friend here will be comfortable in the afternoon heat, and less susceptible to illness. A combed coat also makes it easier for us to identify injuries, should the need arise. Whee! Air wheeler! Air wheeler! Learning about the Hetsaru way of life, are you? I may have a thing or two to share, but rather than talk your ear off, let me test your powers of deduction. Find answers much easier to recall later if I arrived at them myself. Our our Hetso provides us with something that we use in medicines, poultices, and soap, to drive away pests and to sustain our fires. What is it? Bones? Hooves? Are hooves bones? Is it dung? Is it dung? Again? Meat and organ. Meat? Sounds like there's a story there, but that is indeed the correct answer. We've discovered the myriad use for Ronique chips over time, each a boon to our way of life. Where there is a need, our Hetso always provide. I was gonna say, I know something about soap being actually made out of, like, weird products like that. So I was like, is it, well, you know, poop again? Good old Ronique dung. Believe we dealt with that last time we were here. You smell of the grass and the wind, which is a good thing, I promise. You could nearly be mistaken for one of us. You even look the part. I have to wonder how Val Kawana is getting on. I assumed he would be reluctant to get his hands dirty, but seems his wish to understand us was sincere. Ah, there he is now. What convenient timing. He befriended a Ronique. Apologies for my tardiness. I was tasked with grazing the Ronique, and ended up rather far afield. Found myself wandering hither and thither at my companion's inclination. To force us back to the trail seemed inappropriate. But how was your own work? Have you anything to share? It's our life revolves around the Ronique, but in turn, people receive all they need. The Ronique are treasured members of the community, as important as family. Yes, I feel the truth of this myself. While I was hesitant to leave my fate to the whims of the Hetso, rather than tread man-made paths, I arrived where I was meant to be all the same. Mine is not the only way. Though at times I lack the experience to know otherwise. My inability to conceive of how a decision might be right does not mean that it is wrong. My parents had a duty to the Ronique as they did to me. So I wonder if they're leaving me behind for not so selfish an act as I once believed. Maybe they just didn't notice. I have no way to know, of course, and regardless, this has no bearing on our present concerns. We are here in service of the people of Tyrol, after all. Nevertheless, I thank you for helping me find deeper meaning in what we've done today. And I will endeavor to remain curious, especially where the Hetso are concerned. I'm glad to hear that, Val Kawana. You're welcome among our herd any time. Nightwood silver piece. I was just looking at what the stats on the food were. Food is another issue that FF14 does face. Players utilizing higher level food increases the maximum of how much their stat can be, like, increased by. Like, low level food only gives, like, 10 or 12. But, like, here, the roast chicken, this gives me 132 bonus direct hit rate. And even another 203 vitality. Like, I know that it does only go up to 10%, but the maximum is 132. So even if the maximum were 10, you know, if you're low level and the maximum were 10%, but then the maximum was only 12, then you're only getting 12, you know, the max that you're getting is 12%, regardless of what 10% is, you know. Here you can get up to a maximum of 132, as long as it doesn't go over that 10% cap. And while I can't say what low level is, like, look at some of what we have now. You know, we've got 500 skill speed, defense of 3,381. Like, the amount that this increases by can actually be drastic, you know? So, although I do wonder, before we do anything else, duty support. No, it looks like I have to go, oh, here we go. Halatali side quests. There you go. Halatali, Sunken Temple, Cutter's Cry, Zamail Darkhold, and Aurum Vale. Dusk Vigil in Heaven's Word. And Shishui of the Violet Tides in Stormblood. So that's interesting. It's interesting to note that none of the level 50 stuff that is side quests are in here. So, but just as a real quick, let's see what they've done with Halatali. Well, we'll do this duty support. So, I mean, let's see. So vitality here is 203, right? So like, I've got 109. So 10% of 109 is an extra 10 points. So let's see. Yep, it gave me 10. It gave me exactly 10 points. So something else that has a maximum of like 6 is going to be lower. Like the amount that it gives you is going to be lower, you know? I am really curious what the differences are in this dungeon. I mean, so far, you know, this group of mobs are exactly the same. And the dungeon itself looks pretty much exactly the same. So I don't know that they changed the trash or even the dungeon itself much. It's probably just going to be the bosses that are really different. But we'll see. Yeah, I mean, this room is still the same, too. Same set of trash mobs. Oops. These guys aggroed something extra, apparently. There we go. Yeah, I think one of the gas bombs came over. Like just now. Like how this gas bomb came over to our group. I think that's what happened. But there was a gas bomb that was a, you know, patrol. basically, and it moved over towards the group while we were fighting. I just didn't see it. Fire! Scorch! the Scion Thaumaturg there wanted to cast fire. This already looks different. I mean, these guys don't, but like, the arena here looks different. It's like differently lit than it used to be. And now attacking the Doctor. Oh wait, no, this is Fire Main. It is different though, because there was a big fire in the middle. Originally. This is Fire Main. I thought we were at the other boss. I always forget about Fire Main. I always forget he's the first boss. So, the lizard dude, the Gwyver, is the second boss. Fire flow. Da, 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 da. Burning bolt. Nice, nice. Adding in a tank buster. It doesn't look like we get the Durantis that spawn anymore. So that feels weird to me. I mean, most people just ignored the Durantis anyway. So it's like, it makes sense to remove the mechanic, but it's just funny that they did that. Ba-ba-ba-la. Flow Visa looks promising enough. Let's dive in. Obviously, the gear hasn't changed at all. So the ether flow, though, is now no longer the fire. We are still activating the chain the chain winches. So that's interesting. I wasn't sure if they were going to keep that mechanic or not. What happens if we pull this? A gas bomb appears. Yep, they just immediately run too. Just like you're supposed to. Because those things usually can't kill in time. Not while you're synced anyway. Calcium Python. Gas bomb appears. I wonder if it's still random what you get or not. I'd have to do the dungeon a second time to find out. Obviously. And I'm sure I'll get it again at some point. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah. I mean, it's still good old Halatali. The dungeon itself really hasn't been changed at all so far as I can tell. It's really just the bosses that have changed, I think. Now, if only they would replace the duty support, or not the squadrons with the duty support, like AI. That would be fantastic. All things considered. Maybe once they've done everything, maybe they'll do that. Probably not. Because, like, the duty support is supposed to be the new way that you're meant to do all the dungeons. I just wish they would do some kind of update to the squadrons. Like, we haven't gotten an update to the Grand Company since Heaven's Word. I think. I say Heaven's Word just because all of your squadron members can go up to level 60. And I think you can do some of the Heaven's Word dungeons with them. So, I do see that they did not change this area. Oh, a treasure coffer. How about that? This just leads to a dead end. But the amount of, like, sprouts, I don't want to say newbies, because that seems kind of mean. But the amount of newbies that I see go this way, and then they're like, wait a minute. And I'm just standing here like, they'll figure it out eventually. So, meow. Ooh. Like, it makes me laugh, is all, you know? It always makes me laugh. Also, sorry, I just, like, my nose just, like, exploded. That was really weird. Alright. Well, this area's been changed. There's more space over here. I don't remember what it used to look like. But there's more space that way. Electrify! So he doesn't electrify all of the water. Oh, nope, he still does that. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So the one thing that they did, which I like, is they seem to have removed all of the ads. I like that. That is a good change. They removed the, like, constant ad phase. So now he, like, goes into the middle and he starts using hydroelectric shock. And I wonder if you can still stun him. I'm assuming not. Let's find out. Like sweep. Fully resisted. Sounds about right. Fully resisted that. Cool. So you can't stun him anymore. So you can't, like, prevent him from running into the water area anymore. So... Because I'm going to assume that the way that players are going to do it is they're still going to pull him out of the water. Because that just makes sense to me. like, I as a tank would still have fought him. Would still have fought that guy by pulling him out of the water and off to the side. We don't need to fight anybody else here. The whole of the bestiary. Or the bestiary. Tangata. And I do wonder, what's he gonna be like? A demon of the 9th rung? Curious. Oh, really? They have, I don't remember that ever being mentioned before. That, like, D&D style, like, we have, you know, multiple levels to them. Tangata calls upon spirits of flame. Oh, hey! The Durantis! Or Damantis, rather. See, this is a great way to do it because you keep it. Like, you keep the idea of the Damantis. But you still get the actual, like, you know, players fighting them now. Instead of just, they don't really deal DPS. Like, they don't really deal damage. We'll just ignore them and focus. I like this. Because it brings the Damantis into the fight. Or rather, into the dungeon still. Without players just ignoring them. Along with the Noxious. Yes, gotta have the Noxious. I like this. This is a good change. Great punch. And also, I think the more... The more tank busters they add in early on in the game, the better. That was always an issue, I felt like, was that tank busters just kind of appear right around level 50. They don't really show up much prior to that. And so, like, you get to level 50, and then all of a sudden you're like, what am I supposed to do here? This brings, you know, tank busters in, especially since every boss here had one. Like, this brings tank busters in early into the game. Assuming I'm not just forgetting other dungeons where there have been tank busters prior to level 50. So... but I don't remember any of them, I'll be honest, so... I liked it. That was a good change. Kawana appears loath to part from his Ronique companion. Oh dear. Poor Kawana. He's already become attached. Kawana, how'd it go? I believe I finally understand the significance of the Hetso. They nourish the Hetsaru as they grow and provide warmth and companionship in a harsh and unpredictable world. They are equal of any man, and not beasts to be tamed. Moreover, Ronique are sensitive. Though we may treat their injuries or brush their coats to keep them hale, they must ever be free to follow their instincts and seek lands where they might thrive. The Hetsaro would never cage them, and neither should we. To control their migratory patterns or capture those who wander too close to the tracks is out of the question. Then it is particularly important to advance our original line of inquiry. Fortunately, we were able to visit the Ronique's once favored grazing grounds. As we were told, the grass looks fine, but the place is too quiet. It's not just the Ronique. Even the birds and field mice have fled. We did encounter one pack of Ceratoraptors, but they look to be passing through in a hurry. Typically, that sort of behavior in the fauna would be associated with natural disasters, earthquakes, landslides, and the like. Well, the Hetsar would have put 2 and 2 together were the cause geological, and measured the area's ether to be certain. There was indeed nothing to suggest recent environmental disruption, but I did notice one anomaly. A strong etheric signature to the east, moving across the plain, albeit slowly. Large animal, perhaps? What do you think, Koana? Given where we are, I believe we are dealing with a powerful beast. A predator, perhaps, given the local fauna's behavior. One of the raptors we saw looks like it had a bite taken out of its tail by something with very large fangs. It couldn't be a Turohetso? 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 Ronique Reaver is the common tongue. People have several names for such creatures. Fangs to steal Hetso in the night is another evocative one. Ronique can fend off many predators with their horns, but not the Turohetso. The scales are tough as adamant, and neither horn nor arrow can pierce them. A well-toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. I cannot recall any such fauna in this region. They usually roam the wilds in the northeast, and most herds keep well clear of them. I can't tell you why this one is so far from home and its pack both. In any case, I believe the source of the Ronique's consternation is clear. As is our next move, we must drive this reaver away, as they might return to their grazing lands in peace. I mean, they came from the northwest, right? So it's possible that its pack got blasted by the dome. Or captured, I suppose. Never fear. We'll make certain that the beast threatens you no more. It's possible that it got... It's possible that the dome pushed them away. The Ronique Reaver is a clear threat to the local population. We cannot allow it to roam unchecked. But won't do for us to go running off in search of it without having made proper preparations. And if others returning from across the plain have spotted it, they may be able to inform us of its recent behavior and where it might be found. Your progress through the upcoming battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you're defeated, you'll be able to try again from there. Please note, if you do any other duties or quests, you'll lose that progress. Let's do it! Multi-phase duties. These are always real interesting. I kind of like when they do these, to be honest. If only that one duty in Garlemald had been a freaking multi-phase. Oi! I love that. Torahetsu. Hey, that's how he said it. Torahetsu. Whoops.
俺たちも行こう。なだめて落ち着かせてやれば誘導もできるはずだ。
まずはロネークの保護が優先。それが済んだらズルヘイゾヒリの討伐だな。
あなたはここに残って誘導されてきたロネークの受け入れを。
承知いたしました。どうかお気をつけて。
Did they say Rorik Reaver? With it literally being one letter off from Ronik, I didn't even notice until Wuklamot said it there. I was like, that's weird that she said Rorik Reaver. Or maybe that's what... Maybe they said that prior and I just completely got it wrong because it's literally an R versus an N. You must pray the heads are alright. Fortunate if they ran this way. Eyes peeled for anything brown and fluffy. Also, I just gave Wuklamot Aaronville's voice and Aaronville Wuklamot's voice. I think I see... Yep! There they are! Oh, that one was technically voiced. Whatever.
だいぶ動揺してるな。なだめてやれば落ち着くだろう。
All right.
もう大丈夫そうですね。先に進みましょ
う。And multi-phase.
ロネークのまたトライオラの一部必ず守り抜く。
There's someone coming. Run! Hunters! Oh boy.
先に何が？
There's something up ahead.
急ぎましょう。いましたよ。
You hella Sogyega. And this time, I don't just have to rely on my basic attacks like I did in Halatali. Although, dropping generation might be a little much. Not if more come. Raptors. In a panic is clearly an understatement. More coming. As we just learned earlier in the Hall of the Novice, tethers! Kinda like that came into play. Alpha Alligator. Time to go. Yeah, I figured that one would survive reawaken. Critical bite. All or nothing then. Nice. I don't know what you did there. Koala, but that was an awesome move. Maybe it's a Sage ability we get next expansion. Did you know they've already started planning and working on that? Seems that did the trick.
肝心のズルヘイゾヒリってのはどこにいるんだ?
Cutscene. Oh crap! What the frick is that? What the frick is that thing?
ロネークの角を通さない強固な体格と鋭利な牙。あいつがズルヘイゾヒリ。
It was Ronique. She just said it wrong.
いけません。ロネークが。
Oh wait, he's machinist. He's not Sage. I forgot. Oh!
僕の命に変えてもみんなを守ってみせる。てりゃー
Got him.
兄さん、大丈夫か？
僕のことはいい。早くロネークを安全な場所へ。よーしよし、もう大丈夫だ。
Run! Run very fast!
おっしゃ、あとはこいつをぶっ倒すだけだな。
Yeet. Yeah.
民を導く王としてこれ以上好きにはさせない。これ以上誰も傷つけさせない。
全然歯が通らねえぞ。
Oh jeez.
何か秘密がある。分析しなくては。
Yeah, I just noticed that.
その仕組み見極めてみせる。
Like we're dealing as much damage to it as it is regenerating.
少しの間でいい。 奴を止めてください。
Nice shot.
よし、足を狙おう。
Go for the leg. Man, now if I hadn't wasted all of those abilities, not noticing that I was doing no damage. Yep. I'm using the wrong skills. Get him! Oh my gosh, hitting the wrong buttons.
動きが鈍った。兄さん、今だ。
We're still not actually dealing damage.
発生源はどこだ？
What's the flow? Back to point of great destiny.
分析完了。データは揃った。 胸部に高密度のエーテルを確認。この鉄鋼弾で外角ごと。
Heck yeah!
神格を貫く。よし、エーテルの流れが止まりました。
攻撃が通じるんだな。さすがコーナ兄さん。まだやる気かよ。とことん付き合ってやるぜ。
Oh crap. It's okay. It's basically just a rotate mechanic. It's okay. I just used my ranged skill there, so I get very emotional when I get really excited. And that's probably gonna get worse soon. Because
なら私たちでいただこうぜ。
I'm probably gonna end up on a new medication pretty soon here. Damage up.
脅威は排除できましたね。ロネークは？
逃がしたロネークはみんなメワヘイゾーンで保護した。念のため手分けして周辺を確認してるが、もう大丈夫だろう。
皆様、本当にありがとうございます。そしてコーナ様、私たちはあなたのことを誤解しておりました。竜王であるあなたが恩義を呈してロネークを守ってくださったこと、部族を代表して厚くお礼申し上げます。
民を守り導くのが王の務め。そこに部も利も違いはありません。だから当然のことです。
Sorry, I actually got too excited
驚くほどエーテルの伝導率が高い。
there when we killed
こ
it.
れを素材として加工すれば、周囲に微弱なエーテルを放射できるマグが作れるかもしれません。
なるほど。天敵と同じエーテルを放射すれば本能的に鉄道を避けるようになるってわけか。
Keep him away from the
いけるかも
tracks.
しれないな。それならロネークを必要以上に刺激することなく鉄道を運行させられそうだ。
本当かよ。さすがコーナ兄さん。
それにしてもこいつの姿をまた見ることになるなんてな。もう20年以上にもなるが間違いないよ。交易のためにシャーローニ荒野を離れて旅した時に見たんでさ。ローデニヘタ平原にあった同胞の集落がズルヘイ族に襲われて大勢が犠牲になって、
Obliterated in an instant.
なんとも痛ましい光景でしたわ。
ローデニヘタ平原。僕がペルペル族の行商人に拾われた場所。その話詳しく聞かせてもらえませんか？
ロ
ーデニヘタ平原にもうちと同じようにロネークをヘイゾとするヘイザーロの一団がいたんでさ。先にも言った通り、あっしは交易のために彼らの集落を訪れてやしてね。ところがその晩のこと、ズルヘイゾヒリが現れたんでさ。集落中が文字通りの大混乱。あっしも大慌てで荷物をまとめて逃げ出したんですが、一組の若い夫婦が逆走していくじゃありませんか。自分たちがおとりになるからせがれとロネークを頼む。あっしは無我夢中で走り続けた。ですが夜闇の中で集落の一団とはぐれちまって、日が昇る頃には一人になっていたわけです。 風の頼りによれば、その後一団は何とかロネークの群れをまとめて別の土地へと逃げ延びたとか。しかし混乱の最中、行方不明になった者も多く、おとりとなった夫婦もついに帰らなかったそうです。
その夫婦の子はどうなったのでしょ
う。さあ、そこまでは。ただ逃げ延びていたにせよ、一団とはぐれていたら一人で生きられるような年じゃなかったですよ。
Sorry, hang on. Oh, man. I was checking something.
おそらくその子は幸運にも旅のペルペル族に拾われて一命をつなぎ、やがては蓮王グルージャジャの養子となったのでしょう。あの時の僕には理解できなかった。なぜみんなが僕を置いてロネークと共に去ってしまったのか。
Vanek, I just noticed they're saying.
しかし今、ようやく分かりました。両親は僕を見捨てたのではなく、守ろうとしてくれたのだと。ずっと恨むしかなかった家族でしたが、今後は彼らに感謝しなければいけませんね。おかげで僕はズルヘイゾヒリに撃たれることもなく、父と兄、そして妹、新しい家族に出会えたのだから。そして王となった今、僕の家族はトライオラの民すべてです。両親が託してくれた思いを胸に、王として家族を守り抜いてみせますよ。
Oh man. Well, I went from like I was so excited, so happy to like crying. Like oh man, dude. To know that Hetzo are safe is more than enough, yet would it be wrong to hope that in protecting them we also avenged my parents? It is the least I owe to them after all this time. Cassandra, I thank you for standing by me, as bondservant and as the oft imperfect man beneath that mantle. Let us return our attention to the matter we came here to address, shall we? Sorry. Stuff like this just gets me. Like, immediately. I love this game, dude. It's so good. You have removed the root cause of the runic, however they were saying it, straying from their favorite grazing, and obtained the tool to devise an additional precautionary measure, a silent whistle, as it were. The whistle must be capable of emitting pulses of ether strong enough that they will shy away from the tracks on instinct, yet not so strong as to drive them into a panic. If we can achieve this, it will be a far sight better than a traditional whistle, more effective and less stressful for the creatures themselves. Let's return to Shailawani Station and begin work on it then. Malika and his crew will doubtless be relieved to finally have a solution. Yeah. So I suspect that if there had been a trial in this chapter, that probably would have been it. So... Oh my gosh, this music, I've never noticed. That's so cool, dude. It's a Western version of Vanguard. I love that. I've never noticed that. Probably because by the time we got to Vanguard, we were done with this zone, so I haven't really come back. But now, because, like, I love this Vanguard music so much, just, like, Vanguard and Orogenics are easily two of my favorite tracks. And, like, yeah, I recognize that's Vanguard. That's so cool. Yo. You look pleased about something. Good news for the railroad, I take it. So the Ronic were avoiding a predator. Smart ones they are. Valquan is not too bad himself. What with this whistle idea? Sit tight. We'll have this train on the tracks before you know it. Sit tight. Yes. Oh man, though.
Yosh, 完成だ.
New train. I mean, they literally built a new one.
外装は予備部品の寄せ集めだ。まるっと新調した内部機関は外からじゃ見えねえしよ。だが、ロネークたちを脅かしちまわねえように、みんなが最高の仕事をしてくれた。線路の枕木一つ一つからその下のバラストまで音が出る部分は全部見直して改良したんだぜ。
ナイス。
本当にありがとうございます。鉄道にかける皆さんの思いあってこその新車両ですね。
いやいや、こんな短期間で完了したのはトライオラが人をかき集めてくれたからさ。それにズルヘイゾヒリの外角を使ってエーテル式の警笛を作るだなんてよ。そんなアイデア俺たちだけじゃ絶対に思いつかなかった。ありがとうよ、コーナ様、ウクラマト様。
じゃ早速試運転と行こうか。新車両の走りっぷり気になるだろ。
Nice and quiet.
Miro, 前方にロネークがいる。
では、警笛を。
Time to test the whistle.
よし任せな。大まかに方向を決めてっと。
驚いて離れていったな。
And just like that, it moves on.
あっちの連中はいつも通りだ。
Hmm.
Success! 成功です。これなら無用に驚かせることなく、危険が迫っている個体にだけ知らせることができますよ。
いい感じじゃないか。さすがリオ様。これで問題はみんな解決したね。それじゃ、坂トラルレールロード営業再開だ。
Nice. For a while there, we were real worried that we'd never get the railroad running again. Now that the test drive was such a success, we can breathe easy and start hauling people to and from the dome. But first, Ceylani. Then, the continent. Watch out, Zorak-Tural. Here we come. Share the sentiment. We've got a mountain of work ahead of us to ensure smooth operations. Time to get back to it. The efforts of all here today have not gone unnoticed. Once more, I thank you. As for our own work, I trust you can handle matters in Alexandria, Lamatye. Alright. Crossroads, final quest. Never one to stand still. Wuklamata is ready to race back to Alexandria. They always end, the final quest is always named the same thing as the patch. So, or the expansion. Well, it's possible that Shale's made some headway by now. And regardless, we should spread word that the railroad's been restored to service. Shale? What do you have her working on? Galulja's mother. I feel the same in his shoes. Have felt the same. Some questions are painful to leave unanswered. No cause to look at me like that. The Kashuo we met may have only been a simulacrum, but the memory was real. Oh my gosh! I didn't even see that. Look on his back. Look on his backpack right there. That's so cool. He's got a little freaking Kashuo keychain. That's so great, dude. Needn't search for what she left behind, because she left it with me, and I will carry it always. I love that, dude. That's so cool. Speaking of things you're carrying, that teeny tiny Kashuo. What? No! It's merely a token from Alexandria. Our friends in Oblivion would not take no for an answer, and I thought it as good a souvenir as any. Whatever you say, for what it's worth, I think it's a nice way to bring her with you on your travels. Yeah. That's so cool. I guess, well, you're off to the dome now, aren't you? I thought I might join you for a time. See if there's aught I can do for the people there. Much changed though it is, I still consider it my home. Of course, we can give you the full story on the way. And so we walk a long, long, long way. Or, you know, we just teleport. Because frick, walking all that way. Dude, this chat, I love this patch. I really loved this patch. I mean, it's not over yet. We still got this quest, which could take who knows how long. But everything I've seen so far, like, I loved it. It's fantastic. Right into the back room. It was a very good continuation of what they did in the rest of Dawntrail. It really was. A simple yet elegant solution. And thus is the railroad back in operation. Meanwhile, Shale has nearly finished processing the data. She'll be able to share her findings with us imminently. Oh boy! Yestola! I'm interrupting something, I gather. Why, Yestola, what brings you here? I've seen enough of the gate in the Sky Deep Sun out for now, so I'm shifting my investigation to living memory. While there, I thought I would do well to have the company of an expert on electrope. I'd like to take a closer look at the place myself. I can join you once we're finished here. Unless you fear, I've forgotten. Once I've made headway with living memory, the key in your keeping shall be the next subject of my scrutiny. Well, of course it is. Of course it will be. That key is going to be extremely important. I don't know how, but I know. Like, that key is going to become, like, the key to, like, the next expansion, I bet.
大半は研究に関連する内容で今知りたい情報ではないかと。もちろん気になるデータがなかったわけではないですが、暗号の解読に手こずっているので、そちらはまたの機会に。とにかく データをより分けた結果、停車者さんが個人的に作成した音声資料を見つけましてね。
お願い。
わかりました。それではいくつかのファイルを連続して再生します。
Several audio files will now play in sequence. Ensure that you have set enough time set apart enough time to watch them in whole. I'm sorry, as soon as I read that, I immediately thought that. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. As soon as I saw that, that just immediately made me think that.
私は停車じゃ。こんな事態になった今、自分の頭を整理するためにも記録を残そうと思う。
これが
あの日、トラル幽霊隊の呪術医だった私はヤースラニ荒野に現れたトラルビドラールの討伐に参加した。任務を終えた後、許可をもらって一人で現地に残ったの。あまり来る機会がない場所だったから薬草なんかの分布を調べておきたくって。というのは嘘じゃないけど建前。本当は近々始まるという継承の儀の話題から逃げたかった。隊長が儀式の友に選んだのが自分じゃないということ。そこに名前が挙がることすらないその他大勢だって事実から。
Commanders are all wow.
だけど逃げたかったんだと思う。だから理由をつけて帰るのを先延ばしにして、それが私の運命を変えた。突如としてヤースラニ荒野を飲み込んだ障壁。私はなすすべなく巻き込まれて、そこで隊長と再会したの。今日はそうね、隊長のゾラージャ様の話をしましょう。憧れだった。見とれるほどに強いところも、それでも鍛錬を欠かすことない勤勉さも。私は遠くから彼を見ていたから知っていたの。その目はいつも彼方を見ていた。近くにいる誰かじゃなくて、遠くにある何かを探していた。彼の目が私を捉えることは未来永劫ないのでしょう。そう。
Whoops, click too early.
例の実験は間もなく次の段階に進む。そしたら私は今度こそ隊長から報酬を受け取ろう。一番欲しかったものを約束通りに。私は今日はね、待ち望んだ最高の始まりの日になるはずだった。ついにこの子が が帰ってそれを見せたら、あの目がきっとやっと私たちを捕らえる。期待して彼のところに行った。彼はこの子を見て触れて、
青い鱗。
あなたの子だもの。
Oh, snap.
知らない。子にとって父がどうあるべきか、父にとって子が何であるか知らない。今も知らない。わけのわからないものを俺に近づけ。
Oh, dip.
大丈夫よ、大丈夫。きっと彼は少し驚いてしまっただけ。じきにこっちを見てくれるようになる。私たちはちゃんと家族になれる。行かなきゃ。カニオカに呼ばれてる。こっちの研究が下火になってますます焦っているのでしょう。この子にも八つ当たりをするかもしれない。隠していかなきゃ。誰にも見つからない場所に。
これで記録は最後です。
Well.
実を言うとあの子は捨て子でね。数年前に下の廃棄場に捨てられてたのを私たちの仲間が見つけてきたのさ。
この後研究所内で何かしらの事故が起こった。それで停車者さんはグルージャを迎えに来られなかったんでしょうね。
なあ、グルージャ。
僕は平気だよ、ラマチ。
父
さんも母さんもいっぱい寂しかったんだね。僕も寂しかったしさ、一緒にいればよかったんだけど、それがうまくできないことだってあるよね。これが幸せかなんてやっぱりわからない。でも知れてよかったって本当に思うんだ。
Wow, dude. Like, I do Zeralja hated him and all, but like, wow, like that reaction. Just, oh my lord, dude. better to know. Profound response for one so young. Though I still wish he didn't have to be. Glulja is indeed wise beyond his years. Yet, one never outgrows the need for dependable companions. 'Tis fortunate that he has you. Yeah. Oh yeah. I feel... like, I feel so bad for him, dude. Like, his mother really only loved him because of Zeralja. Because she loved... He'd gotten it in her head that, you know, she was completely infatuated with Zeralja. And, like, his father and freaking Zeralja was just like, no. Like, what? No. Screw you. Like, what the frick? No. Good grief, dude. Thank you, Shale. Because of you, I got to hear my mother's whole story. You heard it because you were brave enough to listen, Galulja. Remember one thing. Remember that. Now then, having shared what I can at present, I'm ready to head to living memories when you are. I'm planning to be thorough, so we will need to stop for supplies on the way. That said, I promise we won't remain over long. I know we all have much and more to attend to. For now, farewell. I suspect the quest is going to have us go back to the cabins to finish. A word before you leave. And that's going to be like where we start each patch. A network's already spreading word of the railroad. We expected people would be clamoring to get on the first train back. Yet the reaction has been the polar opposite. Scant few seem inclined to depart Alexandria anytime soon. What? When we spoke before, you said many from Tulial were eager to reunite with friends and family. Maybe they're concerned about getting to Vanguard? If so, we could take turns accompanying them. In any case, we need to speak with the people ourselves. Let's start at Lane 9. Sounds like a plan. But yeah, I suspect that so that we have a place to go back to and always like start from, they're probably gonna send us to the forward cabins again. So, just like how, what was it, Shadowbringers did the, you always returned to the Crystarium Inn thing. I don't think Endwalker did that so much, though. I don't remember. I'd have to rewatch the videos, because it's been a while. Like, I recorded that over the course of a year and a half. Because 6.2 was the patch that had just come out when I started recording that stuff, dude. There may still be people gathering in Praxis Park. Let's try there first. So I don't fully remember how, you know, each patch, like, started. I didn't even remember that we stopped at the forward cabins last time. You know? But seeing as we started there this time, I think they're gonna do that. But we'll see.
なんか様子が変じゃねえか?
Hmm?
なあ、みんな聞いたか？サンダーヤードで亡くなった人がいるらしい。
サンダーヤードでということは駆除人が魔物にやられてしまったの？
ああ、ベテランの駆除人だよ。だが死因はあろうことか落雷だそうだ。
以前ゾラージャが町を襲った時に魂資源のストックを使い果たしてしまったのだそうよ。
本当だな。善良に生きてきた者がどうしてそんな唐突に虚しい最後を迎えなければならないのか。
They didn't forget. Somebody died and they didn't forget.
なあ、始末のことを忘れなくなったとしても魂資源のシステムが続くなら大丈夫だよな。俺は自分で生きるんだ。最後は笑顔で送迎係と一緒に旅立つ。それが当たり前だろ。
どうかしら。私たちが覚えていないだけで、これまでだって不遇の死を遂げてきた人はたくさんいたのかもしれない。もしかしたら私もそうなるのかも。
恐ろしいことを言わないで。死の気配を感じながら生きていくなんて無理よ。
くっそ、まずいな。葬儀の時よりも不安が広がっちまってる。
They've never had to deal with this before. They have no clue how to even begin to deal with this.
スペー様。
Why are you alive? We killed you. You're dead. We turned off your freaking terminal. How are you still alive?
スペー様、助けてあげて。お母さんたちったらさっきからずっと怖い顔してるんだ。
ニコくんは優しいね。遅くなっちゃったけど、私が来たからもう
How
大
is
丈
she
夫だ
still
よ。
alive?
嘘だろ。あいつは死んだ。消えちまって、もう戻ったりは。おい、あんた。確か補佐官のゴッサンだったよな。
Did Gosen do something?
これはどういうことなんだ。何か知ってたりは。
はて、どういうことかと言われましても、スフェーン様が町においでになるのはいつものこと。特に珍しくもございませんが。
So nobody remembers that she's dead either. Oh crap.
いや、あんたこそ何言ってるんだよ。スフェンは死んだ。葬儀もやった。みんなでそこに花を手向けたじゃねえか。
葬儀？スフェーン様の？またまたご冗談を。確かに葬儀は行いましたが、あれは襲撃で命を落とした名もなき市民たちのもの。死を忘れることができなくなり、恐怖に陥った我々をスフェーン様は今日も変わらず支えてくださっている。
It absolutely is cause for consternation. Don't actually know what that word means, but yes, it absolutely is.
スペー様、以前のように亡くなった人にまつわる記憶を回収してはもらえないでしょうか。
Feelings of anxiety or dismay. Typically, it's something unexpected.
その方が前向きに生きていけると思うんです。私もこの子も。
ごめんね。それはできないんだ。リビングメモリーがシャットダウンされたことで、 旧来のシステムは使えなくなっちゃったから。でも安心して、代わりの解決方法を準備してきたから。みんなトワ人になっちゃおう。
That's
記憶を回収する新しいシステムを作ったの。エーテルで体を作って、そこに預かった記憶を宿せば、もう魂資源のストックだって気にせずに生き続けられる。死に怯えることなんてない。望むまま好きなだけ生きていけるんだよ。だけどすぐに用意できるエーテルには限りがあるから、全員をトワ人にはしてあげられないんだ。みんなの葬儀をした時に配った黒いレギュレーターがあったでしょ。それまだ配布してない分も含めてだけど、5000個用意してるの。
Oh crap.
約束の日に黒いレギュレーターをつけていた人だけトワ人にして永遠の死から解放してあげるね。
そんな、じゃあ救われるのは5000人だけ？
ふざけるな！あいつが救う民を選ぶわけがねえ。お前は一体誰なんだ？
私はこの国の利用スフェーンだよ。
Well, crap! Some kind of backup of herself, I bet.
一度バックルームに戻ろう。頭を冷やして相談させてくれ。
Did she make some kind of backup of herself before she died? Well, frick. I kind of suspected when they showed us freaking Queen Sven's crown at the very end of the story. At the very end of the expansion, like as the literal last cutscene. I had a feeling that meant that they were that she was still around somehow. Oh, why? I'm happy that she's still around, though, let's be honest. Because I always thought she was a little weak of a villain, to be truly honest. I think she's one of the weakest villains. Not the weakest, but one of the weakest villains that they've had in the storyline. And like, she just kind of suddenly is the villain, you know, in the story. And so it was kind of just like, I don't know about this, you know. It felt, I mean, first off, and I know that somebody's going to be like, well, they did the same with Medion, you know, she suddenly became the villain. And like, yes, but there were plenty of signs that she was going to become the villain. You know, like, I sat there during Endwalker, like, I knew she was going to be the villain to begin with, because I had already seen somebody do that, do the End Singer and everything. So I already knew Medion was the villain. And perhaps because of that, like, maybe I could see different clues that I didn't see with Sven. But, like, you know, I kept saying throughout the story, like, if anything bad happens to Metion, I'm going to be so upset. Because, like, every time I said that, it was right after something happened where I went, oh, I see, you know. Because, again, I already knew she was going to be the villain. So, like, yeah, you know, she did kind of, you know, show up at level 97, or 87, or whatever it was. But I feel like she was fantastic. You know, she was brought in well. Everything made perfect sense as to her being the villain, and so on. There was a lot of, like, okay, clearly, you know, the whole Dynamis thing and everything to do with that was going to become the villain of the story, quote unquote, you know. So when they introduce a character that's like, oh, they're just made of Dynamis, it's like, okay, you know. But Queen Sven, I feel like, you know, we meet her and she's like, oh, I'm, you know, this great person and all that. And I'm just kind of like, okay, I know Final Fantasy XIV enough to know that she's going to be the final villain. Like, I think I may have even said that when Sven showed up. If I didn't, like, I was thinking that. But, like, as I was going through the story and everything, it was so focused on Zeralja being the villain that Sven just didn't get any time to be a character to begin with, but, you know, to show her darker, you know, side. And then when she's just like, oh, and then, by the way, I'm just going to kill everybody to, you know, keep the Endless alive. It felt like it did come out of nowhere, because there hadn't been any real indication or build up to the character. So I'm actually glad she's still alive, because this gives them the ability to do that over these 3 patches here. Especially since clearly she's the villain, you know? Like, we're not playing around with this anymore. She's the villain, you know? It's like, you go through Shadowbringers and you know the entire time, the entire expansion, that Emmett Selk is going to be the villain. Like, you know from the first moment he shows up in Shadowbringers, that's gonna be the final boss. And he is antagonistic. He is all up in your face about everything. You know, he's constantly there. You're constantly getting shown everything about Emmett Selk. That's what made him a great villain. It wasn't that, oh, surprise, here's the villain. It was, you knew from, like, level 71 or something like that, the first time he shows up in freaking Shadowbringers. Like, you knew immediately, like, oh, he's gonna be the boss. There's no way he's not. And he played that part. He played the, I'm here, I'm the boss, I am the final villain, you are going to fight me 100%, but I'm watching your journey, you know? And Emmett Selk is the best villain that they've had in the game. Let's just be honest. And I don't know, I hope maybe next expansion that they'll play along with that a bit better. You know, I wish they wouldn't do, surprise, this is the villain arcs, you know? Like, a villain is better when you know that they're the villain from the start. You know? So, like, Nidhogg. Nidhogg was a great villain. Why was Nidhogg a great villain? Because from the moment that you were even informed that there was something bad going on, you knew Nidhogg is the villain, you know? The moment somebody mentions, you know, Ishgard's at war, the war is, we're fighting Nidhogg, like, you know, right then and there. Like, okay, it's freaking Nidhogg. And then they build up to the fight with Nidhogg, and to perhaps put it into a little better perspective, like, the church being the initial villain of Heavensward, you know, the Archbishop and everything, like, the very first cutscene where you see the Archbishop, and, like, you walk in there, and you meet him for the first time, and he starts talking, and you just go, you're bad. Because they make it, I don't want to say it's obvious, but they do things correctly so that you feel this sort of, like, you know, darkness and evil from the moment you first see him. And they use that throughout to make you go like, oh yeah, look, freaking, we're gonna fight the Archbishop at the very end of this, very clearly, you know? That they even give you those couple of, like, oh, we're fighting him now, but nope, guess not, you know? And then, of course, he comes in as Thoradin at the very end, and you fight him. And it feels good. It pays off. And then, just, like Stormblood, you got, you know, at the very beginning of the, well, when you got to Kugane, anyway, you got that, like, here he is, you know, here's freaking Xenos, like, bam, Xenos. And the story is so much better when it's, bam, here's the villain, now here's the story, you know? It really is. And, you know, it's, again, I feel like it wasn't, maybe this is my own personal opinion, but I feel like it wasn't necessarily Meteion that we were fighting at the end with the Endsinger. It was more the case that we were fighting the sorrow of Dynamis, or the sorrow that could be created with Dynamis. And that was something they established, like, right freaking away in Endwalker. And, you know, yeah, you didn't get Meteion until, like, level 87, but she still felt way better than, like, you know, because you had already kind of been introduced to the concept of what she was going to become. You know, you spent levels 94 through 96 dealing with the despair, you know, that comes from, you know, or that can be caused by, you know, Dynamis and things. And you get the feel of, like, this is going to be what the villain is. It is going to, the Endsinger wasn't so much a person is the thing. And I think maybe that's, again, this is my interpretation, but I feel like maybe that's where some people miss a little. I never felt like the Endsinger and Meteion were the villains. The Endsinger was the product of total despair. You know, Meteion was the creation of Dynamis, and she was a person, don't get me wrong. But the being she becomes, the Endsinger, was not Meteion. That's why at the end you don't kill her. You redeem her. Because Meteion is not the villain. Complete and total despair was the villain of Endwalker, and they did it great. Queen Sven comes in at level freaking 97, doesn't do anything, and then at freaking like level 99 or 98 or whatever, you know, she's just like, yeah, by the way, I'm the villain. Oh, but first deal with Zoralja. And then you deal with Zoralja, and then there's this like, oh, well, maybe we can talk it out with Queen Sven. And it's like, no. Like, and to that, I would even say, one of the things with Emmett Selk that was great was that he was there constantly in the final zone. One of the things with the end singer is that she was there constantly in the final zone. You walk into Living Memory and she's not even there. She's there for like 5 seconds at the very beginning, and then you never see her Sven again. Like, all of the story and all of the things that they could have done with Queen Sven in Living Memory, they were like, nah, we can't figure out how to do that and have you turn off all of the terminals, so she goes dormant. And then the final dungeon, it's like, yeah, she's supposedly been spending this whole time deleting, like, all of her memories. And yet when we go into the terminal, the very first thing we see is the very first part of the memories, you know? It's like, shouldn't, like, most of this be gone by now? I think it would have been better if there weren't even a dungeon. Straight up. Because that final dungeon really, really hurts Queen Sven. It really does. All that, again, to say, I'm happy she's back, because maybe they can do something with her now that they weren't able to before. And who knows? Maybe they'll make her an awesome villain by the end. But by, you know, patch 7.3. I think that would be great if they turned around and took this villain that was kind of and made her a great villain. I can't wait. I'm excited to see what they're going to do with Queen Sven. So, it's just that was definitely the weakest part of Dawntrail. Like, Queen Sven is the weakest part of Dawntrail. And Dawntrail was fantastic otherwise. So, like, to clarify, I would probably put Dawntrail just slightly underneath Endwalker and Shadowbringers if I were to rank it. It was that good. If there was an S tier, that would be both Endwalker and Shadowbringers. And then there would be A tier, would be Dawntrail all by itself. Then B tier would be like Stormblood and Heavensward. And then F tier, skipping past both C and D tier, F tier would be Realm Reborn. And to put it into further perspective for those who know World of Warcraft and how abysmal the Shadowlands was, if you're familiar with how much, like, everybody hated that expansion, including me, if I were to rank any expansion in FF14, and I was to rank that against, like, World of Warcraft's expansions, like, I would put Realm Reborn at F tier, and then there would be, like, 4 tiers below that. And that's where I would be putting, like, half of the last expansions for World of Warcraft. Oh my gosh, that's terrible to think of. Oh my goodness. But seriously though, like, Dawntrail was great. Dawntrail was great. Queen Sven was just a weak villain, unfortunately. I really feel like it would have been amazing to just have the level 100 trial be Zoralja. I think that would have fixed it. You know? I really do. I think, I don't know, Everkeep could have been the last zone instead of Living Memory. And you just go through Everkeep until you reach the end, where you then, you know, go through Origenics, basically. You know? And then you fight Zeralja at the end. And that would have been that would have been the optimal Dawntrail. And then Queen Sven comes in and is the villain for the next 3 patches. That would have been the optimal Dawntrail. Obviously, they're not going to change that. But I'm saying that's what I would have done. You know? I would have been like, look, we've been building up Zeralja since literally the first quest. Like, he's got to be the main villain. There's no way. There's no way Dawntrail can end without him being the main villain. And so I felt like Dawntrail was over when we defeated Zeralja. The whole thing with the whole extra stuff with Queen Sven and Living Memory just felt extra, tacked on. Like, well, we just couldn't think of a way to end it at Zeralja, so here's another thing. So, anyway, I only caught the proclamation from a distance, but I can tell you that the message about neo-regulators was received with utmost clarity. If it couldn't have been Sven, she should have been destroyed when the Meso terminal shut down. Without a single Alexandrian to bear witness, presented with an identical figure claiming to be their beloved queen, it is no surprise that they would choose to believe she's alive. What is troubling, however, is their denial that the funeral was held in her honor. 'Tis as if their memories have been erased. Yeah. Not necessarily erased, but modified. Given that the members of Oblivion remain unaffected, that was likely the work of the regulators. But by whose design? Someone smart enough to play at being the Queen of Reason. And that, guys, even if some suspect deception, most of Alexandria will be on her side. We need to find out who she really is. Next patch. While I agree wholeheartedly, we should avoid drawing more attention than we already have. We must be patient until Oblivion's network turns up a lead, or until our self-proclaimed queen makes her next move. And that's it. That is officially the end of patch 7.1. But wait, there's more. Because there's always a final cutscene. Meanwhile, in Living Memory, there's always a final cutscene. Gululja? No, Queen Sven. The real Queen Sven. There's your Stola right there. Oh, snap! In fear of death, the people turn to Queen Reborn, their fates to learn. Yep. Patch 7.2 is going to be amazing, dude. I can already tell. With that ending, patch 7.2 is going to be great. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. Oh boy. So Queen Sven is not dead at all. And somebody is legitimately playing at being Queen Sven. Oh boy. I don't need this. Oh boy.